should be ultra low latency. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh, it caught up to real time. Hello, Mark and Evan. Hopefully that is working. Put the chat over here. Shrink down the OBS window. I need 3 monitors. I need 3 monitors. Analytics. Good morning, my critters. Are my victims happy? Mark, Evan, Samuel, Rich, 3D Print Viking, Dan, V Rich, R. Solomon, Samuel Gonzalez, 3D RCNC, Valenthion and Vintage, and Greg. Hello, critters. Hey, check it out. I finally have enough of it to tie it so I can keep it back. Let me tell you, it's aggravating as hell to have this hair in your face all the time. Several times I've wanted to just to get it out of my face, but it finally got long enough. Oh man, you know something? Printing a Wawa sign's not a bad idea. I could stick the Wawa logo up there and make it my own little personal Wawa. Maybe on Life and News I'll make a gobbler. That would be awesome. Now, on previous streams, I've been using hairspray to try to keep the hair manageable. But now I don't need to. Now it's finally long enough to. Now it's finally long enough I can tie it. It still comes loose a little bit right here, where it's not quite as long. But it's working. But it means that it should theoretically now, it should be possible for me to get it long enough to do its thing. So the idea is, let it all get about this long, and then all I have to do is, every couple months just go and snip the end of it, and that would be the end of my haircuts. One of my personal pet peeves would be solved. So as you guys know, I got 3 personal pet peeves: trash bags, toilet paper, and haircuts. Because those are 3 things that you spend money on with the explicit intent of throwing it away. So you are paying money to throw it away. And that drives me crazy. It's a personal pet peeve. It's not a big deal. It's not a huge deal. I mean, realistically, what does a haircut cost me? $80 a year? $20 every quarter? So it's not like it's a huge amount of money. It's just one of those, can I do something about it? And the same with toilet paper and garbage bags. I mean, why do you buy garbage bags? To throw them away. Why do you buy toilet paper? To flush it down the toilet. So I'm working on a bidet for the toilet paper. I'm working on a ponytail for the hair. And garbage bags, haven't figured that out yet. I solved a lot of it. I burn paper. And I recycle plastics without bags. So that takes care of probably 85% of my trash. And that last 15%, I have to use bags to get rid of that. Although I did get a trash compactor. It's actually still sitting out in the minivan. So I have a trash compactor. Locks of Love. I'll look into that, sure. Um, nice. Just give them the trimmers. And make sure you record it. Well, I don't do compost, but any organic matter I chuck out back so that it will decompose and simply fertilize my lawn. So any kind of leftover food, anything that's organic, any kind of food waste. Because number one, well, we don't really have a problem with it stinking here. Things desiccate so quickly. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's really cool, actually. Oh, Jesus. um, Things desiccate pretty quickly here, so food doesn't really rot and stink up like it would back in Pennsylvania. So, but I still don't want rotten food sitting in the trash can. And the problem is, my trash will sit in my trash can for 2 or 3 weeks at least, because I'm getting rid of so much of the waste without putting it in the trash can that it actually takes a long time to actually fill up the trash can. Pretty much the only thing that goes in the trash can is like saran wrap type plastic, styrofoam, um, the little bits that I can't put in the plastic recycling, glass recycling, metal recycling, all of which I don't need to bag. I rinse out the containers and I have my Slim Jim cans that I use for that. And I'm actually going to be moving all the Slim Jim cans out back. I'm going to create a rack right next to the back door so that we don't have to go down the steps to fill the cans. And then I'll put a little canopy over top of the cans so they don't get filled with water. And so that'll give me more space inside the house, especially since I'm going to be putting the compactor. I got a trash compactor, which is kind of a double-edged sword because on the one hand, I can compact the trash and make it smaller. Still hurting bad. No doctor today, they lied. Well, lying requires intent. So wrong information doesn't necessarily mean lie, but yeah, that doesn't help you if you're hurting. It doesn't help if you're in pain. I miss some aspects of Pennsylvania, and I definitely miss my old house. It was a nice house. It was a very nice house, but I none of that pales. All of that pales in comparison to the hell that I was living in there, and it is much more beautiful here. Now, if I could have lived in the mountains of Pennsylvania, that would have been pretty cool because it's very green, lots of forest. But then I also have to deal with the harsh winters and the harsh summers and the humidity. Here, I don't have to deal with any of that, and that makes me happy. I mean, it's stunning. I'm not just. In fact, I think I'm just gonna. I think later on today when I go get the mail, I'm just gonna drive around and record a video, just to show you guys just how beautiful it is here. It really is nice. But oh, check it out! I got Flexies working on the resin printer. Uh-huh. Yeah. Finally got Flexies working. Now, it's a little annoying to get Flexies working because you have to be right on the edge of not enough burn to cause the part to stick to the build plate. So for example, when I printed this particular Flexi, I printed it with this particular butterfly, and you'll notice there's no cat. Well, that's because the cat didn't print. The cat didn't stick to the aluminum plate. So you're always right on the edge, and it always still requires a little bit of cleanup. So what'll happen is you'll always have a tiny bit of elephant's foot. I'm in New Mexico, so you got New Mexico here, then you got Arizona, Colorado, Texas, and Oklahoma. Oh, why am I doing that when I can just show you? Ooh, that can't be comfortable. So here we go. So you have Mexico down here, Arizona, Colorado, Utah, Kansas. This little tiny panhandle here is Oklahoma, and this is Texas. So I'm surrounded on two sides by Texas and a tiny bit of Oklahoma, on the other side by Arizona, on the bottom by Texas and Mexico, and on the top by Colorado. So I'm almost right dead smack in the center. Well, I'm north of center. Center would be about here. Yes, elephant's foot is a very big factor in why the resin prints have difficulty working. Well, the big factor is people usually overburn because it increases reliability. So when you're printing something like, anything else, you're printing something like this, overburning does not hurt anything. It affects your dimensional accuracy, but it doesn't hurt anything. The problem is when you do that and you have print-in-place joints that have to move, well, you just fuse the joints, kind of like this. So, yeah, that piece is never coming out, and I basically destroyed these pieces getting them out. So it's a very fine balance. Now, on something like this, I can intentionally overburn the bottom layers. No food over 100 hours. Why don't you have any food? No food because you don't have any food, or no food because you can't eat food because it hurts? This one I did not get working, but I will get it working next. I've now figured out how to get it working. Oh, yeah. So I finally got that working. Can't swallow. Well, you need to eat food because you're at 2/3 of your limit for how long you can go without food. So you need to at least eat soup. Drink soup. You would already be dead if you weren't drinking water, since you're not likely to survive 4 days without water without serious issues. So I'm assuming you can swallow liquids. So drink soup. Make up soup, strain everything out of it except for the broth, and then, yeah, it does sound pretty cool. I mean, the stores are not out of stock anymore. You can get some oodles and noodle soup. Just don't use the soup. Just take the seasoning packet, mix it with hot water. Well, because this still has layers. But yeah, you need to ingest some nutrients. I mean, regardless of when you see the doctor, your body can't heal and function correctly without nutrients. Hey, Wayne. We're doing pretty good, I think. But soups will have a multitude of nutrients. You'll get sodiums, you'll get different vitamins and minerals, and Jello is just water and sugar. Yeah, get the oodles and noodle soup. I don't have any to show you here, but they come with a sauce packet inside. Just don't cook the noodles. Just take 2 cups of water and the sauce packet in a microwave, heat it up, so at least you have a broth that you can get some nutrients. So it's these glands here that are bothering you. That's why it's hard to swallow. This was printed at 0.2 millimeter layer height. I actually printed it larger than 100%. Well, the X and Y are 100%. As you can see, I cut off the ends because that would go outside my build volume. Oh yeah, things, if you can do the thicker liquids, things like Beneful and stuff like that. The all-in-one liquid meals. Those are actually, they have everything you need in them. Ensure, that's it. Protein shakes might be too thick, but Ensure should be pretty liquid. That should be manageable if you have a swallowing issue. But this is printed at 0.2 millimeter. So I was able to print each of these sections in 7 hours. This is 2 prints. So what I did is, to print this, I printed every other one. So go this way. So I printed this one here, and then this one here, and then this one here, and this one here, and this one here, and this one here, and then this one here. So this was all printed as one print. So that's one print right there. As you see, now the gaps are much bigger. This was actually a pain in the ass to print because they easily separated. It took me twice to get this to work. As you see, that almost separated again. You see that right here? Yeah. See how it almost separated right there, that little hole? So very tough to print. But then, of course, all these parts were printed as one print. So I only had to make 2 prints. Look for the pre-mixed yogurt stuff, the pre-mixed liquid meal replacements, where you don't have to mix a powder, because they are, it's not the same as the powder. They're more liquid. So you should have less of a gag reflex, in theory. Even water them down. Take one of those meal replacement drinks and mix it 50-50 with water. So it'll be thinner, it'll be more liquid. You have to drink twice as much because you got to drink the whole thing, but it'll be more liquid. That takes just as long as inserted. What do you mean? What's that mean? Today is never let the machines win. But politicians are good. And it's good for the world. It's beneficial for the world. So I made 2 prints. That was one print. And then this was another print. So I only had to do 2 prints. And the reason I had to do this, well, what I had to do is, that, as you can notice, I had to chop the top off. And then when I'm done sanding it down, I will glue the little pommel in place to complete the sword. And I still have not successfully printed this thing in one piece in FDM. I've still been unsuccessful at 100%. The closest I've gotten is 240%, and that was still a bitch to separate. So this is my big giant beatdown stick. I could legitimately beat somebody up with this. But I still have not successfully gotten 100% scale one to work. Oh. So I'm still trying to figure out the slicer settings for that. The problem I'm having is dendrils. So little itty bits of plastic that jump from piece to piece. Now normally those little bits of plastic are nothing. They come right apart. Unless you're printing this tall and there's hundreds of them. Then it might as well be cement. So then what I do is after I do this, I assemble them. That should not have worked. Yeah, it should have. No, it shouldn't have. Okay. Backwards? Yeah, backwards. Nope. One of them's backwards. Oh, small has to go in big. That's right. That's right. Small has to go in big. That goes there. That goes there. And then that whole mess goes in here. And that's how you assemble the sword. What the hell, snap? So now I have a working little sword. Still have an issue where it'll come out, no problem, but then I have trouble getting it to go back in. Like some of them will jam up. I see that one there as being a nudge. Now this is mixed 50-50 with Tenacious. I'm just going to let it hide those messages, LS Smith. I don't want you spamming your stuff here. But, yeah, pretty cool. It came out nice. And printing at 0.2 millimeter means it prints fast. Now, I wonder if printing at a lower layer height will help with these. Because then I can make the first layer like 30 seconds long, which is like 60 seconds long for 0.2. Hey, Jari. And then, see, I wish I could do multi-process with resin. If I could do the first like 0.1 layer, I did seam position in random, I did seam position in fastest, I did seam position in fixed. It doesn't matter. There's always a little tendril. It's not where the tendril is, it's the number of them. So imagine if you have a tiny little bead of plastic connecting this piece to this piece. No big deal. But now have 100 of them. Now all of a sudden that little bit of plastic's strong as hell. I've got a number of these things that are seized into one piece. Now here's the first one I tried. Excuse me, did not give you permission to fall. It's beautiful. I mean, this print is gorgeous. And as you can see, I've been hacking at this, and this one's actually totally solid. No, it moves. See, the parts move. So they're separate pieces, but those little tendrils, and usually the little tendrils are on the little curved part here. So I can't stick something in there and clear it out. Yeah, not even combing, wipe, coast, negative retraction, doesn't matter. I get a little tiny bit that jumps from part to part, and it's enough to seize it up. Now, I mean, I can cheat. I can cut the top off and print every other like I did this, which would triple my gap, and that would work. But I want to make it work as one piece. I want to get to the point where I can pull this off the print bed and go and have this thing come out. I want to get to that point. I want to figure that out. So I'll keep working on it. I mean, I've got 16 millimeters of wipe. I've got, 5 millimeter or 3 millimeters of coast. I've got 2 millimeters of negative restart. Since there's 3 perimeters, I can get away with that. I've a higher temperature, lower temperature, colder temperatures. I haven't tried Z-Hop yet. I wonder if Z-Hop would help with that. I don't know. The string will still be there. Will it be different somehow? I don't know. But maybe Z-Hop will do something. I'm not over extruding. I'm skinning it down to the limit of how much I can under extrude. And so the prints come out absolutely gorgeous. I mean, beautiful print, just seized. Z-Hop is when you do a layer, lift up, move where you go to, come back down, do a layer, lift up, move over, come back down, do a layer. So it lifts up a little bit every time it retracts. So maybe it's actually dragging plastic with it, and Z-Hop might fix that. I don't know. We shall see. Gonna have to keep trying. So I got Flexi Rexes to work. I got butterflies to work. You got to clean them up when they're done because you're always going to have that tiny bit of elephant's foot. Now, if I printed these at 100% scale, they'd work every time. Not a problem. That's all right, 3D Jimmy. Shit happens and you got to deal with it, man. There's nothing wrong with that. And it's not the traditional stringing you think of. It's the little tiny bit of micro stringing that you get. And the problem is, on a normal print, that micro stringing is irrelevant. But when you have, 7 or 8 parts all in close proximity to each other, and those parts need to move, well, that's when that stringing becomes a serious issue. But, yeah, so far, this Orange 30's been doing a damn nice job. And I also fixed the cover, putting tape on it. So what I've been doing is I've been mixing Stickeryeti Fast with 25% Stickeryeti Tenacious, and that makes the parts much, much more durable. Oh. Well, the problem is eventually that string has to get knocked sideways. But maybe if it's already cooled, it won't seize the parts. So I'm going to try Z-Hop next. I normally don't like Z-Hop on Cartesian printers, but on the Delta, Z-Hop works fine because you have to move all three anyway. But try to ingest some soup, dude, 3 or 4 times a day to try to compensate for your lack of nutrients. Pudding's probably too thick. You might have to water it down. But you need something with nutrients, not just sugar. They're not fully flexible, but they have give. So now this is also thin, but it has a bit of give to it. That's because I use the and the other big thing where you have to be able to get these apart, and then that's why you actually can't do a print in place of this with resin. You can't do it, no matter how perfect your settings are, because you can't clean the inside. If you print this fully print in place and sealed, you have no access to the inside of these, which means you can't get the excess resin out. So you have to print it in separate parts on resin. You have to be able to separate these individual parts and get all the resin out of them and then cure them. Curing them was actually a pain in the butt because you can't get the UV light inside. So I ended up just cleaning them as much as I could inside, curing them as much as I could inside, and then laying them out as individual pieces out in the sun so the sunlight could penetrate everything. I have coast and wipe turned on, and I still get enough micro stringing to seize the part together. Where you can feel the parts are loose. I can move them around in here, but I can't get them out. So with resin, you have to chop the top off so that you can, even if you do figure out your settings so you can print them all as one thing, you still have to chop the top off because you have to be able to take them apart so that you can clean the insides of the tubes. And word to the wise, do not leave these in alcohol too long. They warp. They get too soft and the parts begin to warp if you leave them in alcohol too long. So later on, I will glue that bad boy on there, and I will have a complete sword. I made this much longer than the original. Heating it up doesn't quite work with plastic. It doesn't work the same way because all I'll be doing is heating up the outside. The thermal properties of plastic do not result in propagation of heat like they do with a piece of metal. But I made this much longer so my hand would fit. I have a big hand, and the way this is stock, my hand's all scrunched down here like this. So I made it much longer. This one's already long enough that my hand fits comfortably. I even tried making it bigger. So you can see, I made it fatter. Trying to make the gap bigger. It wasn't enough. These cannot be printed. That's when I realized, you can see it's actually warping from the excess resin inside there. Okay? These cannot be. Oh, I've got the flow rate down to 0.85. Where I'm actually starting to worry about the parts coming apart because the flow rate's so low. But with the resin, you must print it without the top so that you can pull the pieces apart and clean them. The south end of a northbound politician. I don't know what that means, but it sounds funny. Get some soup, dude. Get some of that liquid meal replacements. Thin it out. So get one of those little cans of liquid meal replacement. Mix it 50-50 with water. So dump it into a bottle and then fill the bottle with water and dump that in there and mix it up. That should make it thin enough that you can tolerate swallowing it. I've tried all my little tricks, and there's always just that little tiny bit of zit part to part. These are just for fun. You know, it's just it's a toy. You know, you can make yourself a fling sword. You know, the little fling swords. You know, it's just fun. You know, there's no functional purpose. It's just enjoyable. And it's a challenge. I mean, what's the point of printing Flexi Rexes? There is no point, but I love Flexi Rexes. Oh! Yeah, because flick swords are fun, man. Just, you know, flick swords are fun. I'm gonna sand it down a little bit. Maybe the 0.2 millimeter layer heights is creating that little friction I don't want. But I'm gonna sand it down, make it nice. I think my next thing is to print a giant one where each piece is a different color. Just because I think that'd be fun. Yeah, I love Flexi Rexes. Flexi Rexes and the butterflies, they're just fun. So, and they're super, super flexy. Now, if I printed these at 100% scale, there'd be no problem. But I'm trying to print them at, 25 to 50% scale. So all the tolerances become much, much tighter. I'm going to try printing this at 20% and see if I can get away with it. Yeah, no, I get it now. Once he gave me the connection, I understood. From Dan Borio, he clued me in there. Okay. So that came out super nice, though. I mean, I'm pleased with that. I'm thinking about printing these little pieces from the end here and then gluing them on just to make it complete. But I kind of like the fact that it's half like that. It's kind of neat. I know. You know something? Printing with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle probably would work, but it would take forever. Right now, there are no deals. There's no deals because everybody's buying up all the filament, and you can't ship any new filament to Amazon. Amazon has shut down acceptance of new product into the warehouses so that they could prioritize essentials that people need, which is that's good for Amazon. I'm glad they're doing that. Not so good if you're trying to buy anything else. If you're not going to find $10 filament and stuff like that, but start checking local companies. Protopasta, Atomic Filament. Who else? There's a company in Florida that sells filament. GXR or something like that. Who else sells filament local? Filament One. Filamentum now has a U.S. warehouse, but they're pretty expensive. But you got Filament One, Atomic Filament, Protopasta. Coex, is that the one that's in Florida? Coex might be the one that's in Florida. Let's see, who else do you got? Printed Solid. You got Printed Solid's Jesse PLA, and very good price as well. He's out of Delaware. You also have Keen Village Plastics. You also have Push Plastics. You also have Ziltech, although they're being hit pretty hard because they got a pretty good deal and people are buying up their plastics. So, yeah, there you go. So you got Push Plastics, Keen Village Plastics, Filament One, Protopasta, Atomic Filament, Coex, Printed Solid, Jesse PLA, Ziltech. Coex is Wisconsin. There's another one in Florida, actually in Miami. See if I can find it. Total Pack. You got Total Pack. They are in Florida. They still exist. I thought they went out of business. I'm glad to see they still exist. Just check shipping prices first. Oh, IC3D. That's right. IC3D is also in and Snow Labs. Snow Labs is not U.S. Snow Labs is aren't they Czech? I'm pretty sure they're a European company. I had a list once. Oh, here we go. Now, I don't know how much of this is valid, but this is a pretty big list here. You got 3D Fuel, 3DX Tech, AIO Robotics, expensive. You got Atomic, Coax, Color Me 3D, although I don't know if they're in business anymore. I hope they are. Apparently, there's Fusion Filaments, IC3D, Keen Village Plastic, Matter Hackers. Don't forget Matter Hackers, they have it. 3D Solutech, but I think they source from China, so they're having the same problem getting filament. But if you can order direct, you might be able to get some from them. MG Chemicals, Protopasta Printed Solid, Push Plastics, Semi CNC, that's Atomic. Tallman 3D for some exotics. Toner Plastics. Looks like maybe Folger Tech. So those are all manufacturers you can look around for. Philistruder, Foxmart, Gizmo Dorks. They say they're US made. So see if you can find one that's relatively close to you, especially if you can find one in your state. That would help a lot with shipping. Hell, they might even be close enough you can go pick up. I've noticed a problem with some PLAs in that it's soft. Not PLAs, PETGs. It's soft. Yeah, and Atomic, Printed Solid, Protopasta, and they're cranking it out as fast as they can make it. They're making it as fast as they can. But right now, you have people, ordering to make these things. So, oh, by the way, I want to give a shout out to some people here. Let's bring it up here because two of you guys sent me very generous donations, one of which is allowing me to ship a whole bunch of these things out. I want to give a welcome to, come on, do as I say, to Dan Colbo for joining my Patreon. You are freaking awesome, dude. Thank you. And I never checked my email this morning yet. Let's see. Activity. At the end of last week, after the show, I got $75 from Eric and $50 from Jason. You guys are freaking awesome. Thank you. Jason sent me that $50 so I can send out some more shipping. So I'm going to be spending all of that and sending out like 250 visors. Yes, thank you. Alien 3D, yes. He's not a U.S. filament manufacturer. He's a reseller. So he sells filament from other companies. But yes, he has filament as well. And he has those really nice glitter filaments. Yeah. Like the Knight's War Red, Saturn's Rings Gold, and the Pulsating Purple. Nice. Let me go through this email real quick and delete everything that I don't need to read. Lots of junk, lots of junk, lots of junk. There's always lots of junk, but that's alright. New make of my thing. I'll look at that later. He doesn't make it. Well, the Alien Ooze is his color. It's made for him, but I think it's made by IC3D. It looks like somebody by the name of Castillo used to live here. Because I keep getting mail for Michael P. Castillo and a Michelle Burton. Actually, I got to contact that one because Michelle, my sister's name is Michelle, and I don't want them mistaking my Michelle for that Michelle and coming after her for some debt that other company, the other person owes. Filament 1's good filament. This is Filament 1 Traffic Red. And do I have the other thing to show you? No, I don't. My Jurassic Park is all Filament 1 colors. There you go. Yeah, as long as they keep stocking it, get it locally. Yeah, when filament prints like butter, that's nice. Alrighty, so I need a notepad because I want to write down some time indexes so that when people watch this stream after the fact, they can find the sections where we're going to do things. So we need to switch to monitor. There we go. I can make that a little bigger. Yeah, we can get away with making that a little bigger. Alrighty. So people have been asking me for how to do certain things in Tinkercad. So the first time index is... Oh, shoot. How do I get this? Where is my stream duration? Okay, so the first time index is 43 minutes. Okay. Roy, you live in Albuquerque? Yeah, I'm still working on that NSC. I have not successfully gotten the print in place to work. My suggestion is print them as separate pieces. Hey, Roy Vinaglia, are you in Albuquerque? I'm right up mountain in Edgewood. Because Filament 1's right at the bottom of the mountain. Cool. So that's two critters who live close to me. I'm up in the East Mountains in Edgewood. Alrighty, so we're going to change this time index to 44. And we're going to call it 20. 4420. So the first thing somebody asked was, how do you make shapes in Tinkercad? Let me bring that here. Those squares, for example, with a curve. And then how do you do an inside edge with a curve? So I'm going to show you how to do that. Yes, if you go into your slicer, you can separate connected parts. They're actually a whole bunch of separate parts. Where's that? So what you're going to do is you're going to stop printing so that you have the top open. So you got to go in your slicer and figure out where that is, and you got to stop printing at that height. And then you can actually separate the parts. And if you print all the parts separately, you can insert them one by one after cleaning them up. And then after you print them all separately and insert them into your object, you just glue that cap on. And now you have the sword without everything stuck together. I'm going to make a little video on how to do that. Yeah, I've been unsuccessfully trying to print the katana. The only successful print of the katana I have is my gigantic one. So I did finally get that one working. So I love the katana one. That's nice. Let's see. We are at 46 minutes. 46. Okay, so how do you make a square with rounded edges? Okay, so over here you bring in your square and you make it as big as you want. Let's say we want a, I don't know, 50 by 50. So here we have our square, and you want to put rounded edges on it. There's two ways you can do this. If you don't care about the evenness of the round edges, you could just add a radius. So you can just sit there and adjust this. There you go. Now you have a radius. All right. And if you don't want the top and bottom to have a radius, that's also easy to fix. You just bring down your cut cube. Where is the... Of course, it's behind the goddamn measurement. You bring down your cut cube and you cut the bottom off. Control D. Bring it up top and you cut the top off. And then you cut it. Join them together. No, Spaceball does not work in Tinkercad, sadly. And there you go. Now you have a flat top and bottom square with rounded edges. And now that I've cut the top and bottom off, I can scale this anywhere I want. Now, if you want to put it inside, if you want to cut it on the inside, you Control D, change it to a hole, make it taller so that you can manipulate it easier. Okay? And then you shrink it down. Now, select them both, do a alignment, and align them like that so they're centered. And now when you cut the two, you have a square with curved inside and outsides. Okay? So if you don't care what the curve is supposed to look like, I mean, you don't care what the actual radius of the curve is, that's the way to do it. That's nice and easy. It's very simple. Now, if you do care about the radius of the curve, so let's say I want a 10 millimeter radius. Okay, that's actually pretty easy. First, you need a square and you need a cylinder. Okay, go maximum sides on the cylinder. Oop, come here. So first thing, we're going to make the square 10 by 10. And then we're going to make the circle also. Come on. We're also going to make our circle 10 by 10. All right. Now, we're going to make, let's put this on the bed. It is on the bed. And we're going to make this taller than our object to make things simple. Okay. To guarantee it cuts top and bottom. Now, what you're going to do is make them a different color so it's easier for you to manipulate these parts. You're going to align the square with the edge and you're going to align the circle with the edge. Now the way you do that is you select them all, you align, and you pick these corners here. See? There. Now you're aligned with the edge. So then you're going to take your square here and you're going to make your square half the size of your circle. So the square is going to be 5 by 5. And by picking this outside corner, that's the direction it shrinks from. Okay? Now I have a square that's exactly the radius of the circle. That's important, right? So you take the square and you make it a cut, and you cut the square out of the big box, okay? So now if I hide this, you see I just cut a square out of my box. Then you make this the exact size of your square and the exact height. So 0 off the bottom, and we are what, 20 tall? Yes, we are 20 tall. I make this 20 tall. There. As you can see, I now have a radius. I can now join those together. But before I do that, I'm going to unjoin this, which gives me my square back. I'm also going to make my circle a little bit taller so I can grab it. Okay. To duplicate objects, I'm going to select that one and this one. Now, there's two ways you could do it. If you don't mind them being shifted, Control-CV, and now you have a second set of objects. Okay. You can also Control-D to duplicate, and that will duplicate the objects in place. That's good if you want to rotate objects and you want to manipulate them that way. Okay. This way, doesn't really matter which way we do it. So we just bring these two objects over to the corner. All right. Control-D, bring a pair over here. Control-D, and bring a pair over here. Okay, so now we have our 4. So now I'm going to now this gets very important. These parts are now correctly aligned, which means we don't want to move this part, because otherwise we're going to mess up our alignment. So I'm going to select these 3 parts. I'm going to select my Align tool. Now I'm going to hold down the Shift key and select the big red part. That anchors the big red part in place. Now when I align these parts, it's going to move all the parts except the red part. You select your corners here. Corner and corner. It's already, you can see it was already aligned. Right? So now I have that corner set up. Now I come over here. Click away to make sure nothing's selected. Select these 3 parts. Align. Shift, select the red box. Select the corner. And then select this corner. There. Now my parts are aligned with the corner again. Select away. Select the 3 parts. Align. Shift. Select the red box to freeze it in place. This corner is already aligned. This one's not. You see where it's gray? That means it's already aligned. So now my 4 corners are aligned. So now what I need to do is first I need to change the height of my 4 circles to be the same height as my square. Okay. Then I select these 4 boxes, my cut boxes, and the red box, join them together. So now I've cut the 4 corners out, and now I select everything and join it together. There you go. Now I have my box with my radiused corners, and you can use whatever radius you want, tiny radius or large radius, doesn't matter. Now to do inside curves, again, that's easy. You Control-D, make the object taller, bring it down a little bit, make it transparent, and now you can scale it as much as you want. If you hold down the Shift key while you scale, it will keep your proportions the same. So you see I'm scaling X and Y simultaneously. This also scales Z. If I grab a black corner, it does all 3 anyway. It still does all 3. So if you grab any control point and you hit the Shift key while you're doing it, it'll scale all of them proportionally. So you might need to keep making this taller so that you can still see it. So let's say I want that 40 millimeters inside 50 millimeters. All right. Make sure it's sticking out the bottom. Or if you don't want it sticking out the bottom, you don't have to. There is an object list right here. So you can get your basic shapes right here. Oh, you mean of the object you have on the screen? Yeah, they don't have that. Select them both. Do an align again. Oh, wrong one. Select them both. Align center. Align center. Now my object is centered. Join them together. And now I have that. Okay? Now, what if I want to make a box using this technique? Well, that's actually pretty easy. So we bring this up to 0. All right, now it's even with the bottom. Now, how thick do you want the bottom? Let's say you want the bottom to be 4 layers thick and you're printing at 0.24 millimeters. So we're going to lift it up 0.96 off the floor. So that's 4 layers at 0.24 millimeter. All right. Now I can join this together and I have a box. So now I have a little container I can print. What if you want to make a lid for this? That's easier than you think. Let's go back. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this. Control D. And then we're going to rotate that whole mess 180 degrees. And we're going to lift it up. There you go. Now you have a top and a bottom. Now what might be better is to leave this 180 degrees this way and simply bring it over here. And we're going to build the top and bottom separately. And I'll show you why in a moment. 0. Okay. So to build the top and bottom, we're going to leave this solid instead of making it transparent. So now we just need to figure out how tall do we want to make the box. And do you want the box to be solid? We probably don't want the box to be solid. That radius is not the same as using a slider. Well, you have more control. And you don't have to cut the top and bottom. And you can also do that for non-square edges. It's just a way to have more control. This, I know my radius is exactly 5 millimeters because I made it 5 millimeters. Now, we have the inside of the box. I don't need that to be that big. We don't need the lip to be that big. But here's the problem. This is precisely the same as the hole in this box. And that's a problem because it's not going to fit. Okay? Now, you could just scale the part, but now you're scaling this part too. And you don't want to do that. All right? So you want a at least 0.2 millimeter gap on all sides. That means you need a 0.4 millimeter deviation. To be safer, let's go 0.5. Okay? So I'm going to take this and make it 39.5. All right, now I need to recenter these parts because I just moved it by 1/4 of a millimeter. Now I have this insert that's going to fit in here, and I have a 0.5 millimeter tolerance to increase the chance of it fitting. Okay, now this is one place where doing the radius has an advantage because you could bevel the top, and beveling the top would help a little bit, but that's hard to do with manual radiuses. With a normal radius that's relatively easy to do, we add a radius, and now you see how it's curved. We change the steps to 1, and now we have that kind of a box. Now you could do that and then add your arcs to the side, but this edge here is going to be goofy. Okay, but that's how you get yourself a bevel inside Tinkercad. But you can only do it to basic shapes. Once you modify the shape, you can see I don't have that option anymore, okay? Because this is a complex shape. But basic shapes, you can add a bevel by simply making a radius and then making the steps 1. And that gives you a hard bevel or chamfer instead of a curve. So now we've made this smaller, but now I also want to hollow out the inside of it so I'm not printing a big solid block, okay? So again, Control D. Now I have a duplicate here, which I'm going to change color so you can see it. All right, see how I got 2 here now? And so now what wall thickness we want? Let's say we want a 1.2 millimeter wall thickness, 3 perimeters. So that means let's go 1.3 to be safe, which means we need 2.6. Let's just call it 2.5, 0.05 extra, because I can just knock off 2.5 from this. So that's 37. 37. 37. Now we do another align, center, stop unselecting, please. Center and center. We turn this into a hollow, and we join all 3 together. There. Now I have a box bottom and a box top, and these will actually fit together. Exactly. Tinkercad's very, very easy. You don't need a powerful PC, although it can get a little doggy on a slow PC if you start getting really, really complex. Like this is a quad-core i7, 3.6 gigahertz with 32 gigabytes of RAM, and I have had processes in Tinkercad take a long time because I got like when I try to join 100 objects together, it struggles a little bit. So while you don't need a fast PC for stuff like we're doing here, if you start getting really complex, a fast PC will help. Tinkercad's nowhere near as powerful as Fusion, but it has the advantage of being super easy, and also Tinkercad has one advantage over Fusion. It's very visual. People have made some extraordinarily complex stuff in Tinkercad. But now I could print this, and I know that this is going to be at least 3 perimeters thick. I know this is going to be at least 4 layers thick. And these boxes should fit together when they're printed. If you are worried about tolerance, then make this section here taller. Because if you increase the number of layers required to join the parts together, you're basically increasing your physical friction so that you don't have to make the parts super tight, just the increased number of layers. This is a quad-core i7 3.6 gigahertz in turbo mode. And the big advantage of Tinkercad is when you are trying to manipulate somebody else's STL. So when you're trying to manipulate a file that already exists, for example, doing this in Fusion 360 would be very, very difficult. Doing it in Tinkercad was very easy because I'm manipulating somebody else's STL. Of course, there are limits to that. You can only bring in so many triangles, so many megabytes before Tinkercad just won't accept the file. No, the processing is done local. Tinkercad uses your processor. But that's how you make a box, and that's how you make radiused corners inside and outside with Tinkercad. Okay. Now the next thing somebody asked is, now what time index are we at? We are at 62 minutes. 62. So this is corners. This is cross. Someone asks, like, how do you make a cross? How do you position 2 parts in Tinkercad space? You can get old Core i7 quad cores, 3 gigahertz, for a couple of $100. Well, dimensions aren't a problem in Tinkercad because you can only see what the dimensions are. See? There's my dimensions. For doing something simple like this, it's so much easier in Tinkercad than Fusion. Fusion's way more powerful. Fusion's way more precise. But Tinkercad is more like a modeling program, and Fusion is more like an engineering program. So if you're making very complex shape with dimensional accuracy that's relative to each other, and you might need to change those dimensions later, use Fusion. Because in Fusion, you can go back, change one dimension, and then go forward, and it'll update all those things for you. You can use the ruler. That's here. You can put that down. I just don't find it very useful. If I want to move something with precision, I just hold the shift key, and now here's how far it's moved. I can tell it 12, and it'll move it exactly how far I tell it to. Yeah, you can get i7s very cheap. If you have a quad core 3 gigahertz i7 and you put a decent amount of RAM in there, you can do basically anything you want. You don't have to buy a brand new $2,000 PC. Buy an older $100 PC and then add $200 to it by dropping some mega RAM in there and a decent video card. You'll get a lot more for your money that way. Graphics cards aren't as important for these programs since they're not graphic card specific. But what I tell people as far as graphic cards, what you're looking for is to buy the best graphic card you can in the $150, $200 range. All right, the $150, $200 range is going to be your sweet spot for getting the best bang for your buck for graphics cards. While graphics card is not important for something like Tinkercad or Fusion 360, it is important when you start doing other things. You start rendering video, you start playing with bigger stuff in Photoshop, graphics card could become slightly more important. You don't need an expensive card. You do not have to buy, GTX 9 gazillion whatever, $1,000 graphics card. You don't need that unless you're trying to run Call of Duty at 4K and 100 frames per second with all the features turned on and crap like that. You don't need an ultra high-end graphics card. You need a modern graphics card, but you don't need an ultra high-end. The biggest improvements you can make to performance in a computer. My laptop here, this laptop is relatively ancient, but it's a beast. It's a HP 8770W. It's a monster. But the biggest improvement you can make, SSD. Your read-write time and your random write time just goes through the roof. My laptop boots up in 15 seconds. Like literally, I hit the power button and 15 seconds later, I'm at the desktop. The SSD is so fast, it's crazy. Add RAM, 32 gigabytes of RAM. Windows starts to get comfortable at 16 gigabytes. All right, so 32 gigabytes, you're cruising. Okay, especially when you start getting very memory-intensive things like a big file in Fusion 360, that'll help. Okay, so add an SSD, add a modern but low-priced graphics card, and you want at least 16 or 24 gigabytes of RAM, ideally 32 if you can. So instead of spending $2,000 on a PC, spend $100 on a PC. Drop $300, $400 into an SSD. Because I don't like Windows 10. Windows 10 has a lot of bullshit in it that I don't like. That's why I tell you, yeah, 4 gigabyte graphic card is fine. So here, let me show you. Well, we're here already. So this is a 2 gigabyte card. No, let's look for 4 gigabytes. 4 gigabytes is the optimal place to be. Here we go. $100. Here is a Radeon RX 550 4 gigabyte PCI Express 3.0 video card for $98. Here's a GeForce GT 4 gigabytes DDR3, $95. $100. If you want slightly nicer, all right, here's a GTX 1050 Ti 4 gigabytes. Well, right in that sweet spot I told you about, $148. Right in that $150 range is where you want to be for your sweet spot. $100 to $150 will be your sweet spot. You can go a little higher, but you don't need to. Here's an RX 564 gigabytes with DDR5 for $110. Here's a nice wall with fans and bullshit, whatever. It's $129. Here's another 1050 Ti for $160. So now if you want to be an ultra gaming person on a 4K screen with all the features turned on, these cards are going to struggle. All right, if you're a mild gamer and you're not doing a whole lot of gaming, but you're doing a lot of desktop applications and modeling, these cards will kick ass. All right, I would probably go with this 1050 Ti. You can get a used one for $145. Okay. That will give you great CAD performance, great video rendering performance, and just enough video game performance that you can still tinker around with video games if you want. Okay, you don't have to spend the stupid amounts of money on crazy expensive cards. It's just, there's no reason to. You don't need it. Unless you're hardcore gaming. Okay? If you're hardcore gaming, then okay. That's true. Do your research. Look at the cards you're interested in, compare them. Check them out. The other thing you have to consider is ports. What connections do these cards have? Do they have the connections you need? All right, so I needed to make sure my card could put out 4K over an HDMI connection because I have a 4K monitor hooked up to my computer. I don't need to push that 4K monitor at 60 frames per second. I'm just doing Windows, okay? But I needed to be able to push enough pixels to run a 4K monitor. SSDs are stupid cheap. So here's a 240 gigabyte SSD for $38. Kingston, good unit, nothing wrong with that. Here's a 1 terabyte Samsung SSD for 130. All right, but still, 240 gigs probably enough. All right, you use that as your boot drive and have a spinner for all your data. If you want to be all SSD, $129. You can get a terabyte now. All right, it's just not very expensive. Let's see. You're probably looking at DDR4. So here we go. Here's 2 times 8 gigabytes for $85. Now this here you have to be careful with because it depends on your motherboard. So you might be able to use 4/16s, or you might have, oh, not 4, you don't want that much. You might be able to use 4/8s if you have 4 slots. Check it out. They probably don't have any now, but there's somebody else made this for me. Never let the machines win. Look that up. But you might only have 2 RAM slots, in which case you'll have to go with 2 times 16s. All right, so make sure you get the RAM that's compatible with your computer. That's a bit tricky. Oh, we're doing fine. It's not really much of a change for us because I work from home. But as you see, it's not expensive. $80 gets you 16 gigs, and then you can add another $80 later when you have more money to add your second 16 gigs. What you don't want to do is buy 2 8 gigabyte sticks if you only have 2 slots, because then you have to remove your RAM to add 2 larger RAM, and you don't want to do that because now you can't do anything with the RAM you removed. If you have 4 slots, you could drop 2 8s in, and then later on drop 2 more 8s in. If you have 2 slots, then you need to put 1 16 in, and then later on add a second 16, if your system will handle that. RAM is important. You got to check your motherboard, make sure you buy what's compatible. If it's a relatively modern Core i7 motherboard, it's just a matter of making sure you have the DDR3, DDR4, whatever your motherboard's compatible with. Yeah, Best Buy is a decent place to get that kind of stuff from. So GMA, that's not what I typed in. What is it? 4200 BST. God damn it! Can I not hit the right thing? It's like I was just saying, you have to make sure you buy the correct RAM. So you have to make sure you buy the DDR3, DDR4, whatever it is your motherboard requires. Because if your motherboard can only take DDR3 and you buy DDR4, it ain't going to work. Now, if your motherboard takes DDR4, you should be able to drop DDR3 in it with no problem. That model didn't come up with anything. Unless this computer is what you're talking about. Oh, it is. Yeah, but I wouldn't buy this. This is too expensive. $749. You can do a lot cheaper than that. Cura only runs in 64-bit now. I didn't know that. If you buy a pre-built, the problem is when you buy pre-built systems, they usually cut corners unless you're buying a high-end system. So be careful. What I would do is I would hit Craigslist and type in Core i7. Now, my area is a bad area. In fact, we're probably not even going to look at my area because my area is a really bad area to do this. Here's an HP laptop that's a Core i7 if you want a lappy. Yeah, see, my area is bad. You don't want to use my area. Although now this is a slimline PC, and you got to be careful with slimline PCs because they have limitations of what you can put in there. But here's an Intel Core 7 3.4 gigahertz Core i7 2600 for $100. It's already got a 8 gigabytes of RAM, and it's already got an SSD in it. So you're kind of ready to go right out of the box. Upgradability might be an issue, but it's a Core i7 3 gigahertz for $100. All right. Now, if we check something more reasonable, like the Philadelphia area, Core i7. So here we go, $400 for this Dell XPS, 16 gigabytes of RAM, 240 gig SSD, 3.6 gigahertz, so it's nice and fast. Here's 475. Here's 300, 240 gig SSD, 16 gigabytes, Core i7, 3.6 gigahertz. Let's go search title only. Probably easier if I just did i7. Because you can usually get pretty cheap ones. Again, slimline, be careful with slimline. 250 gig SSD, i7, 349. That's a little high. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Here's what you want. This is what you want, something like this. This is the kind of deals you're looking for. So here's an HP Compact 8100 Elite. That's a decent machine. 8 gigabytes RAM, 500 gigabytes, 85 bucks. This is nice. It's got a picture of the inside, which is something you want. Would you stop changing? So you can see here, it's got 4 RAM slots. That's really nice because you can drop 2 8 gigabyte sticks in there. And then later on, when you have more money, you can drop 2 more 8 gigabyte sticks in there. It's got extra slots, so you can add yourself some USB 3.0 ports, which you're going to want when you start adding, accessories and stuff like that to your computer. And if it doesn't have USB 3, you can add a USB 3 card because it's got the PCI Express slots. And here's your video card slot. It's full size, so upgrading is not going to be a problem. You have, it's got SATA, so adding your SSD, no problem. Actually, that looks like an SSD. That looks like an SSD already. So this one already has the SSD boot drive and spinner regular drive, so it already has it. That's a really nice computer to get you going with. The only thing you would have to add to this, it's got 8 gigabytes of RAM, not enough, and you're going to have to remove RAM to add RAM. So that's 2 gigabyte sticks. So if you pull out 2 of the 2 gigabyte sticks and drop in 2 more 8 gigabyte sticks, you'll have 12 gigabytes of RAM, or 20 gigabytes of RAM to get you going. And that might be enough for what you need. Then later on, you can pull out those other 2 gigabyte sticks and put 2 more 8 gigabyte sticks in there. And DDR3 RAM is cheaper. Who cares? It's a Core i7 running 2.8 gigahertz for $85. Who cares? All right, we're not looking for gaming rigs here. We're looking for a fast computer. It's a Core i7 at 2.8 gigahertz. It's got 4 RAM slots. It's DDR3, so it's cheap. It's already got an SSD, so who cares? This will do everything you need. Here's the other one we found. This is a Dell Optiplex 7010 i3 3770 quad, 185 bucks. So this thing is a 3.4 gigahertz Core i7, much nicer. It's already got 16 gigabytes of RAM. You don't have to upgrade that. It's got DVI, DisplayPort, whatnot. It's got a burner in it. What's the inside look like? This one probably does not have, oh, it looks like it does have HDMI. No, that's DisplayPort. So if you want to hook it up to HDMI, you'll have to replace the video card, but that's 100 bucks. Okay? Not super expensive. It does not look like it has USB 3, but again, it has extra slots. You can add a USB 3 card for like 15 bucks. But this will require minimal upgrades. Drop an SSD into this, drop a nicer video card into this, and you're done. Small form factor is a pain in the butt. Now, if it already has the specs you need and you don't have to add a lot to it, small form factor is nice because you can get them cheap and they don't take a lot of space. But if you plan to add accessory cards or upgrade the video card, SFF can be a real pain in the ass. Because you can't buy a regular video card. You have to buy an SFF video card. So you're limited to these kind of video cards, these small form factor video cards that will fit. They're low profile. Right? You need those small form factor cards. See the short cards? See how short it is? Okay? You need these short form factor cards. No, I consider HDMI to be superior to DisplayPort. Not because it's better performance, not because it's better speed, but because I can go and buy a freaking $75 32-inch panel off of Craigslist and plug right into it, and I'm done. That's why I consider HDMI to be superior. DisplayPort is a superior spec, no question about it. But you have to have a display that has DisplayPort. Okay? With HDMI, I just go and buy the cheapest 1080p or 4K panel at Walmart and plug it in, or Best Buy. Well, that's okay. I don't mind. That's why I'm recording timestamps. Okay? These streams are about whatever you guys want. I'm totally okay with that. The reason I'm recording timestamps is so people watching this afterwards who don't care about our freaking discussion about video cards and computers can just go, okay, jump to 46 minutes for that one and jump to this many minutes for that one. So don't worry about it. You can adapt HDMI DisplayPort? I did not know that. Well, what do you know? I didn't know you could do that. Okay, so it doesn't matter if it has HDMI or DisplayPort. Because for $15 you could buy an adapter. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, nice. Okay, so it doesn't matter if it's DisplayPort or not. I didn't know you can do that. I didn't know it was that simple. Huh. Okay. Here's a nice little tiny one for $5. No, that's a female HDMI. So it looks like that's HDMI, $10.99, $9.99, yeah, $10. And if you have a Best Buy local to you, you don't even have to wait. Okay, cool. That makes it easy. But you can get a quad-core i7 3 gigahertz PC very cheap. You don't have to. You can go DVI to HDMI too? Cool. I thought they were totally different. Huh. I didn't know you could do that. Is it unidirectional? Can you go both ways? So can I plug an HDMI port into a DVI monitor and a DVI port into an HDMI monitor? Is it two-way? Yeah, active adapter. That's what I was worried about. You need active conversion. Oh, I didn't know that. HDMI is just DVI with audio. I did not know that. Very cool. But there you go. Computers are not super expensive if you hunt around. Right? You might have to go a little bit out of your area. Do they? I don't even know if they still have bare bones computers anymore. Hey, they do. That's a Core i5. You really want to shoot for, I wonder, bare bones PC i7. Interesting. There are available. What's this one here? So this is. Oh, this doesn't come with a processor. Oh, that's a tiny PC. Holy crap, that's small. Well, that's kind of cool. That might be really nice for like a MAME rig or something like that up to your TV. I don't want Nooks. I want a PC. Ooh. Quad-core Xenon, 3.8 gigahertz, 16 gig RAM, 240 SSD with a 1 terabyte hard drive, $400. Not bad. It's an older video card, but you can upgrade that. That's a Core i5. That's a Core i5. That's a Core i5. But again, if you just need a cheap PC, here's an 8 gigabyte, 500 gigabyte DVD burner Core i5 PC for $115. So if you just need a cheap PC, it's not expensive. You do not have to spend $1,000 on a PC. True, but they're a pain in the ass. I mean, for 40 bucks more than your Octopi rig or your Raspberry Pi rig, you could just buy a PC. Oh, wow, here's one. Here's a quad-core i5, 3 gigahertz, 8 gig RAM, 1 terabyte hard drive for 135 bucks. And it's even got Wi-Fi built in. So if you have a wireless network, you're good to go for an internet PC ready to go. It's not going to be, a gaming rig, but for non-gaming stuff, it'll be fine. All right, what time index are we at? We are at 85 minutes, so 86 minutes. All right, next. We want to do a cross, basically. So we're going to do something like this. Control D. Something like this. Okay, so the question was, how do we do objects like this and place the parts with precision? Okay, so there are there are several ways you can do this. You can align this part with the end just by doing that. All right, then how far do you want this down? Do you want this, I don't know, 15 millimeters down? Well, you select it, hold down the shift key, drag it this way. You see the measurement here? This measurement is your distance from your last point. So if I type in 25, it'll move it 25 millimeters. So now this is 25 millimeters right here. Okay. Now another way you can do that is you can rotate the, well, you don't have to rotate it. You can put your work plane on the end here. All right. And now this distance here, just this slider here, is your distance from here. So you can use that to change the adjustment. That the work plane's on the wrong side, actually. So you need to drop a square and put the work plane on this side. Okay. Now, when I move this, that is your distance from there. So now I can make it whatever distance I want. If I want it 37.2 millimeters from the end, I can do that. Okay. Yeah, you don't need to spend $1,000. Well, the PC will last as long as your needs don't change. These $200 PCs I've been showing you will last another 10 years. As long as your needs, what you demand of them, doesn't change, they will be just as fast today and as they were for 10 years ago, and they'll be just as fast in 10 years. Now, if your needs grow, then the PC might become obsolete to you. But if your needs aren't changing, the PC is not going to change. There's not a whole lot of great printer deals right now, simply because they can't get stock. You'll actually get a better deal ordering from like Gearbest or Banggood or something like that right now, or direct. But again, stock is hard. China is just beginning to open up their manufacturing again. So they're just beginning to produce things again. So that's how you get your precision distance of an object from whatever distance you want. This, using the work plane, is a good idea because it's visual. You can just look at it and see, okay, that's about 28 millimeters. That's 64 millimeters. It's very good for precision. And if you want to do something concentric, I wonder if, I think that will work. So let's say if I want to do one of these every 20 millimeters. Okay, let's make this bigger. Let's say I want to make a ladder of these every 20 millimeters. So Control D to duplicate, move it. Let's go 40 millimeters. Now do Control D again. It'll move it the same 40 millimeters from the previous one. Control D again. It'll move it the same 40 millimeters from the previous one. Control D again. It'll move it the same 40 millimeters from the previous one. Okay? I can then start changing the size of these. So let's say I want to make, let's say it's 126. So let's make this one 100. Let's make this one 80. Let's make this one 60. Let's make this one 40. Now I select them all and do an align center. There. I just created a tree. So you can use Control D to duplicate an action over and over again. Well, multi-core can help with CAD because the operating system can put its own functions on the other cores, leaving more of that one core available for the CAD. I also don't know if things like Tinkercad or Fusion are multi-core. I don't know. Yeah, same here. It's no time for games. Kind of wish I did. I'd love to play some RimWorld and some Command & Conquer Red Alert 2. I just don't have time. Just no time. Or I'm just using the time for other things. But that's as easy as that. That's how you do your explicit spacing. Precision placement. Alrighty, and the last thing someone asked about. We are now at 92 minutes. 92. And this is for circles. So someone asked, how do you place precision holes in things? So for example, let's say I do this. I make a box. All right. Let's say I make this box. Let's go 100 by 50. Now let's Control D, make it transparent, lift it up 0.96 for a 4 bottom 0.24 millimeter nozzle width. You have to keep in mind your layer heights when you do this kind of stuff. It'll make your life easier later. You'll get more precision. Now let's make this a smaller box, like that. Okay. Let's go a little smaller this way. Okay. Center it. That's already centered. Wow, I nailed it. It's already centered. Alright, so here's a box I'm making. Okay. Now this is 100 by 50, correct? Yes. So I want to put a lid on this box. Put my work plane on top of here. This way everything I build is on top of this edge here. Let's do a 100 by 50 box. And let's get it on top of there. There we go. There. Let's make this lid 3 millimeters thick. So here we go. It's probably too thick. Let's do 2 millimeter. So I'm creating a little project box. Okay. And I'm going to make this hollow so we can see inside of it. So I'm making a little project box. Yes, Tinkercad is totally free. And now I want to add screw holes to this box. Okay. So I'm going to put my work plane on top of this part. Work plane. I'm going to leave this part hole so I can see through it. We'll have to make it solid later. Yeah, Fusion 360 is also free. If you're going to get serious into CAD work, jump right into Fusion 360. Just start at Fusion 360. Fusion 360 is amazing. The learning curve is steep, but it's worth it. The power of that program is amazing. But if all you're doing is simple crap, I mean, even as I'm learning Fusion 360, I still use Tinkercad for simple stuff because it's just faster. It's just easier. All right. So this is kind of a combination of making the cross and making the box and also making holes in the box. So now we're going to put a hole in the box. Go maximum sides, Now, how big is your bolt? If we're doing an M5, let's make it a 5mm hole. Okay, well, this we're going to do like an M2, 3. But this is a smaller box. Okay. So here we go. There's our hole. We need to put a hole in this box for a screw. So let's say we're going to put 2 screws in the box. All right. So there's multiple ways you can do this. The first thing you're going to do is move this to the edge so it lines up. Why can't I drag this? Oh, because it's doing that. Okay. So now we're even with the edge. If you're not, I hate when it does that. If you're not sure if it's even with the edge, select your parts, align, and pick this point here. That will put it even with the edge. Okay. Now let's say I want that hole 1mm in. All you do is you grab that hole, shift, slide it sideways, make it -1. Now it's 1mm in. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Let's say I want the hole, 1mm from this edge. Let's hide that. So what I do is I put a work plane in here. I grab this, and I make its distance from this -1. That's not right. Why is it doing that? That's weird. There it goes. Okay, so there. Now I'm 1mm in from the edge. I can do the same thing over here by simply putting a work plane over here. Select this, duplicate it. There you go, 1mm from the edge. So now I have my 2 holes, 1mm from the outside edge and 1mm in. To do the other side is actually really easy. Come here. I select them both. Do a Control D. Hold down the Shift key and bring them down here. Okay. So now they're the exact same pattern as the other side. And then once again, we do our distance here. All right. Now, if you want to make this easier, you can join these parts together to keep them moving as a unit. So if I join them, now they'll move as a unit. And so again, I just move my distance. So there we go, -6. Why isn't this giving me the right distance? Oh, I was looking at the wrong number. This one over here, -1. That's still not right. I probably have to put a square here. No, yeah, I gotta put a square because the plane is backwards. See how the plane is facing that way? Just drop a square and then put the plane on this side, and now you have the right distance. Whenever you do that, just hit undo. That's annoying. There we go. So that's not 1mm. That's more than 1mm. Why is it doing that? That's 0. There it goes, 1mm. Okay. I was looking at the wrong number. So now that is 1mm from the edge. I can put my work plane back. I can get rid of my temporary square. So now I have my holes 1mm in from the inside edge, 1mm in from the outside edges. Why would I do that? I mean, that would be pretty dumb to do that. But bring back my top, make the top solid. Right, now these are already sitting on the top. How far in do I want them to go? So this part here, let's say I want to use a 10mm M5. Okay, so I select all 4 of these and I lower them down 10mm. There. Now I actually want to go a little bit further, -10.5. So you have a little bit of extra space there. And now I join these. Well, you got to be careful here because you want to keep the lid separate. Okay? So the way you do that is you select your 4 posts, you join them together, and then you Control D them. Now I have 2 sets of posts. Okay? I select a set of posts, I select my top, and I join. All right, now the top has a hole in it. I select a second set of posts, I select the bottom, and I click join. Now I have 2 parts, and they both have their holes in them. So now I print this part, and now I can screw this box together. If you need to, you can put holes here. You can make these changes. Now, just as a little bit of extra, what if I want to add a handle to this? I want to add a way of putting a handle on here. Okay. There's several ways you can do a handle. Probably the easy, if you want a nice handle, you can use something like a torus or a tube or a ring. The ring might actually look pretty. Let's do the ring. Yeah, see, the ring, you can adjust the spline, you can increase the number of sides, you can do some fun things with the ring, but it's a little harder. You got to play with the spline, so let's use a tube. Torus, can you adjust the resolution of the torus? Yes, no, yes, you can. Good, good, good. All right, so let's add a torus here. We're going to rotate this 90 degrees. We're going to bring it up above. Why did that rotate? You guys saw me rotate it 90 degrees, right? Why the hell is it not 90 degrees anymore? I must have accidentally clicked past 90 degrees. Yeah, 90 degrees. Okay. So we take this torus, we stretch it out. Right there. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Let's grab these 2 parts. Let's center them. Center. Center. Let's make it a little fatter. Make it easier to print. Recenter them. There we go. Now we drop the torus into the height that we want. That actually looks pretty good. I like that. That would be tough to print, though. That would be very tough to print. That might be printable. That bridging would be a little ugly, but that would be printable. Okay, select them, make sure we're centered. Now, how do I get rid of that excess? Put the work plane on here, drop down a box like this, make sure the box covers the entire torus, and you grab this and you invert it. So now we're covering that excess torus that comes out of the bottom. Then you shift, select your blue torus, and hit cut. There. Now you have a handle. Now I would advise dropping that handle just a tiny bit. So negative 0.2, just to make sure those 2 objects are actually touching together, because otherwise weird things happen in the slicer. Join them. There you go. Now I have a lid with a nice handle. Now, if you don't want the handle, if you want a way of gripping it, but you don't want it adding space, well, that's actually easy to do too. Put the work plane on top, put 2 holes in it. Let's go sides. Let's manipulate like that. Control D, shift, hold sideways. Okay, select the second one, join them together, align them in the object so that they are nice and centered. Drop them through the object, join them together. There. Now I have 2 finger holes that I can use to grab that lid and take it off. So if your object doesn't need to be sealed inside there, like if you could have a little hole, you can do that. And now you have a little finger hole to be able to grab your object and pull it open. Okay. If you want to guarantee that your grab is more 3D print friendly, like let's say you want an actual 3-dimensional handle, well, your best bet then is to use something like a wedge. or cone. Actually, a cone would work pretty nicely too. So we take something like a cone, we flip it over, okay? And then we embed the cone like that. There you go. Now you have a little grab handle. And that is guaranteed to be 3D print friendly. If you want to make it prettier, actually, if you want to make it prettier, you can use a sphere. This is actually a pretty neat way. What I would do is I would start with a half sphere, like this. So rotate 180 degrees. Now put another sphere on top of it. Work plane, put it there, bring it down to 0. Okay. Let's align these parts. Align, center, center. Okay. So now we have our little sphere handle here. That's actually a little too big, but I'm going to leave it big just for purpose of discussion. Let's make the top a little flatter. There we go. Let's make the bottom a little longer. There we go. That's a much nicer little handle. Now we grab our work plane again on top. We grab our clear box. We make sure the box covers the entire shape. Don't let anything stick out. Then you invert it. Okay. Then you join your transparent box with your bottom, merge. There. Now nothing sticks out the bottom, and you have a nice little elegant handle that you can have on top of your box. Join it. There. Now that is totally 3D printable. You won't have any problems with bridging, and it looks nice. There's another nice little handle. It's also a way to make pulls on drawers, stuff like that. It's just very, so you can see just how quickly and easily you can do simple shapes like that in Tinkercad. Now, this is where Fusion comes in so much handier. So, for example, let's say I decide that these walls are too thick or too thin. I want to make the walls thicker, and I want these screw holes to be 2 millimeters in. Okay. Well, in order to do that, I have to manually edit all of this. I have to go back and manually edit it all. If you were to use Fusion, you could define this space here as a value. You can create a universal value and say, we're going to call this bolt spacing. And you can say, you could put the block down here. You can create a construction line and say, call this BS, bolt spacing. Call this BS, bolt spacing. And you just define that for each of these screw holes. Now, that takes a lot longer, and it's a pain in the ass. But now, if I want to go back and say, okay, I need that to be 1.5 millimeters from the wall because the threads are pushing out the sides of my wall, I can go into Fusion and say, change BS to 1.5, and boom, it'll go through the whole model and change all those dimensions to be the new 1.5. That's powerful. 4 holes, doesn't matter. It's easy to manipulate. When you have 100 holes, all of a sudden, that's a pain in the ass, and Fusion 360 becomes very powerful. I don't know what code blocks are. What is code blocks? Hello, Colin. Oh, yes, you can use anything as a cutting tool. Anything at all. If I want to, hey, let's say I want to mold this. Let's say I want to make a silicone mold of this lid. Okay? You can actually do that with Tinkercad. Okay? So I take a big box like this. Okay? Let's do this as the work plane. Let's copy this, Control CV. Let's bring it up to a 0. Okay? So now I have this. We need that to be bigger. I hate when stuff gets in the way like that. It's annoying as hell. Here we go. All right. So let's center it. And first, let's change the color. Use the colors. The colors help you to differentiate objects. Nice and centered. Let's rotate this 180 degrees. Ah, not what I wanted to do. That's one thing Tinkercad needs to fix. Sometimes your control points get in the way of other control points. Okay. So now we have a work plane on top of here. Let's put an object on top of here. Now let's make the work plane the bottom of this object. Okay. Now if I move this, I should be able to move it to 0. There. Turn it into a hole. Join them. Hey, where'd my handle go? Did I not join the handle? Yeah, I did. Where'd the handle go? It's there. Oh, I bet you I have a gap. I bet you there's a tiny gap there. I forgot to do my -0.2. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm not showing you guys. You guys aren't seeing anything. Let's call this 612 minutes. Molds. I bet you I forgot to make sure these parts are actually touching. Okay, so I'm going to join my handle first. Join. That looks good. I forgot I need to drop this down just a hair. I just need to make sure these parts are actually touching. Join. Okay, so now we Control CV to duplicate it. We bring it up to 0. That's not what I wanted. I don't care. Close enough. Okay, bring it over here. I didn't have them joined together. Align, get it in the center. Rotate it 180 degrees. Drop it down to 0. So it's inside the object. All right. Change this to a hole and join. There it is. See? Now I have a mold. So now I can print this out and I can pour like silicone into this and make a mold out of it. Or if I want to make this out of wax or something like that. Okay. Now, in reality, what you actually want to do is you want to make a mold of this. All right. So, no, that would work. I can then pour silicone into this. But if you want to make a silicone mold of this, you have to make the inverse of this. You have to print this and mold that. But if you need your part to be flexible, you can actually print a PLA mold and pour the flexible material into it. But then your part will be flexible. You can't do this with a rigid plastic because you'll never get that out. Now you could, I don't know how well this would work. You'd have to play with it, okay? But you could do something like this. Come on, there we go. Okay. You could do something like this where you cut this in half. Control D. 6. How big is this? 80. 80. Take them, align them, center. Not what I wanted. Forgot, you have to join them first. Join. Then you do a center. Then you unjoin. Now it's precisely centered. Okay? So we have to go in here, hide. We have to duplicate this, Control D, unhide. And then what we do is we pick one, which we can't do because we can't get to it. So hide, select one, unhide, select the other one, join. And then we take this one and join. And now we have two pieces. I can now print those two pieces, band them together, pour my mold into that. So for example, if you want to make this out of chocolate, okay, put a release agent on it, you could pour the chocolate into that mold, and then you could separate the two halves of the mold. That might work. These holes might be a problem. Okay, so this won't work as it is, but this just gives you an idea of when you can do things. From also good for making ice molds too. Code blocks. I have no idea what this is. I don't know what this is. Yeah, I have no idea what code blocks is. I don't even know what this means. So that I can't help with that yet. It's something I'm just not familiar with. But you can make circuits and stuff like that. So this must be for programming. Code blocks, that sounds like something from programming. Oh, cool. So kind of like OpenSCAD? Vase mode box with a drawer. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, so a vase mode box is pretty easy. Actually, we're going to start with this just because it's a nice shape I already made. Okay, so undo that, get rid of this. So this already has a nice round shape, so we're going to start with this. Okay. So we want to vase mode print a box. So we want to make like a little parts drawer. So let's say we want it to be 50 deep. That sounds fine to me. 50 wide. And 50 tall. Yeah. So 50 by 50 by 50. And we want nice rounded edges because it'll look pretty. Actually, round edges are difficult to do for this. So we're going to start with square. Let's do 100 by 50 by 50. So let's say we want to make a little toolbox like this. That's 100 by 50 by 50. Okay. See you later, Michael. Now, vase mode printing this is obviously pretty easy, but we want to put drawers in it. Okay. So the way we do that is we put cuts into the box. Squares are very easy to do this with. So let's say we want 4 drawers. Okay, that's actually pretty easy. So we are going to call this the bottom. So let's rotate it to the bottom. So our holes are now facing up. How thick do we want the back? Well, that depends on the nozzle you're using and how thick you want it. Let's say I want it to be 4 layers thick. Okay, so the way I would do that, 0.96. Let's use a 0.24 layer height because these objects are all straight. So you might as well use a thicker layer height. It's a faster print. All right, put the work plane on top of there. Now everything I do is going to be 0.96 millimeters up. And what is this? So let's call that 2 hours. So 120 minutes. Vase parts box. This is so I can create links for people later who want to watch this later. Okay? So now everything I draw is going to be on that work plane. Now, here's the thing. I want to create 4 boxes to fit inside this box, which means I need to create a wall this way, and I need to create a wall this way, so that I could end up with 4 boxes in here. I'm pointing with my finger and you guys can't see that. So I need to create 4 boxes in here. Okay. So we're going to make this one 0.1 thick. We're going to make this one 0.1 thick. All right, now let's approximately center these. Center. And center. There. So now I have my 4 cuts that I need to make this box. Now, only one of them is going to penetrate the outside of the box. The rest do not need to penetrate the outside of the box. So this one we're going to leave penetrating the box, or whichever side you want the crease to be on. Okay? So let's center these 2 on an edge. Where is my edge? Why can't I? Here it is. There we go. So we're going to center those 2 on an edge. And I forgot to do the shift select. Actually, let's undo it and I'll show you how to do that right. So I want to center these 2 on an edge, but I don't want this red box to move. Select the red box while holding shift. Then I can pick that. Now it only moves the cut. Okay? We're going to do this. This one's actually easier. Okay? So we need a gap between, let me show you this. In order to make sure we vase mode print, we're going to be taking a box and we're going to be putting a cut line through that box to allow us to vase mode. Now that cut line has to be a certain distance from this edge. Okay? Your typical safe distance is it's usually I don't know what the minimum is. I haven't tested the minimum, but it's usually 2 times your nozzle width. I think 1.5 times your nozzle width is enough. So you need to know what size nozzle you're using when you make this. I believe 1.5 is enough. We're going to test that. Okay, so for the slicer to not create a cross, for it to keep a vase mode like this on the interior, there has to be enough space for the tool path to be able to go to the box, slightly right, and then come away. Otherwise, it just opens up the connection. And you end up with 4 islands. I believe it's 1.5. No. It's only 5 millimeters thick. Vase mode won't work. It's already essentially vase mode. It's already almost vase mode. But no, vase mode won't work because it's too flimsy. Even 2 perimeters is really, really flimsy. Okay? So this design, in order to do vase mode, needs to be thicker. Okay? Vase mode works on this because it's thick. So I can compensate for this flex because it's 15 millimeters, 20 millimeters thick. Okay? Because this is so skinny, you would have nothing if you did this in vase mode. I mean, this is essentially a 2 perimeter print, as you can see. I think I need to go 3 perimeters because I think it's a little too flexible. Now, my head is huge, so if you put this on my head, it tends to bend. See how it bends? Okay, like that. Now, I think a lot of that will go away once you put the visor on it. That's what I'm hoping. And other people's heads will be smaller. But yeah, you need enough vertical height to be able to use vase mode and still have any kind of structural integrity when you put the part on. So the 3D Workstand model won't work for that. If you're looking for the Prusa version or the Prusa version with the shield, I have both of those in vase mode on my Thingiverse. Okay, you can, both of these are downloadable on Thingiverse in vase mode compatibility. That's this one here. That is vase mode. This is vase mode. So this is all vase mode. So this side-to-side one is easy. 1.5 times the nozzle width, I think. We're going to confirm that in a moment. Okay, so our nozzle is 0.4. So 1.5 is 0.6. You have two sides, so that's 1.2. So this is 100 millimeters, which means this needs to be 1.2 millimeters smaller than that. So it needs to be 98.8. Then you center it. And don't forget to use your shift key to lock the red block into place. Center. So now when I cut into this, it's not going all the way to the edge. It's 0.6 millimeters away from the edge. Now, this one here is a little trickier. We have to move this one 0.6. So select it, hold down the shift key, and just drag in an arbitrary distance. And now, oh, I clicked. You cannot click when you do this, okay? So grab it, shift key, drag an arbitrary distance, do not click. Notice your denomination is negative. So negative 0.6. Now it's going to move it exactly 0.6 from the last place it was, which means now we are 0.6 away from the edge. It does. You just take buttonhole elastic or this headband elastic like I got from Dollar Tree, and it hooks onto these tabs. Now you have an elastic back. All right, that's it. In theory, you could make something. Where's my cap at? I don't see a cap handy. In theory, you could make something like a baseball cap with little tabs to lock into place, but good luck making that compatible with multiple people's heads. That would be hard to do. In theory, yes, but people have such varying head sizes that you're going to be very limited to the people it's going to fit. But yeah, in theory, you could. It is flexible enough that you could, if you do it in vase mode, it is flexible enough you could, in theory, do that, but it would be very hard. After I'm finished this one, I'll show you how I might do that. All right, so now we are 0.696 millimeters off the bottom, so 4 layers, okay? And we have our cuts. One penetrates the side of the box. The other 3 do not penetrate the side of the box. So that will allow us to join this together. There. We now have a vase mode printable box that will hold little boxes. Okay? The tool path is actually pretty simple. You'll print the outside perimeter. Let me get it so you can see it. You'll print the outside perimeter. You'll come inside, go over here, come back, go down here, come back, go down here, come back, go up here, and do the outside again. Now let's see if that works. Let's export, STL. This is Dazzling Lilo. Open containing folder. There's the Dazzling Lilo. Simplify 3D. File, new. No, I don't want to save it. Let's change to, let's say, regular Ender 5. Nope. 0.4, 0.92, we're going to leave that fine. Okay. Now we bring in our model. Let's see if it works. So first, tools, variable settings, 0.96. Add location split. Now this bottom part, we're going to print at 0.92 extrusion multiplier with 3 top, 3 bottom, and 3 walls at 0.24. This second process, we're going to over extrude at 1.2 to make it thicker, stronger. And we are going to print at 0.24 again. And we're going to do single outline corkscrew. No tops, no bottoms, 1 perimeter. Slice it. Let's see if that works. Okay, 1.5 times is not enough. You can see it penetrated the side of the walls here. So I was originally correct. You do need to use 2 times the nozzle width. Okay. Any cubic Mega Zero, I use 25 millimeters per second with a 7 millimeter retraction and an 8 millimeter wipe. Basically the same on all of my printers. That should be 25. 25 millimeters per second, 7 millimeters, 8 millimeters wipe. That's what I use for basically all of my Bowden printers. So we now know 1.5 times the nozzle width is insufficient. So we do need to use 2x nozzle width. So 100.4 doubled is 0.8. Double that, 1.6. So this needs to be 98.4. 98.4. Okay. Select the red box, align, select the red box with the shift key, center. Okay. This needs to be moved that way, negative 0.8. Okay, 2 times the nozzle width. Now let's export. Back into Simplify 3D. Bring up my downloads. Bring up the 1. There. Now you see it did not break the wall. Okay. Didn't break the wall. Didn't break the wall. Travel, move, and retraction is turned on, and there is no travel. Why in the world? Oh, that's right. It's 4. Okay. I forgot I got to make this 4 top and bottom. There we go. There. Now we have our vase mode little cubicle box. Now if we bring this down to the first layer, you'll see how this works. Actually, let me bring it to just this process. This will make it easier for you guys to see it. There we go. So here's our first layer. So as you can see, what it's doing is it's starting here. Can you guys see this? Yes, you can. So it's starting here. See, there's the retraction move. Okay. And what it's doing here is it draws the outside of the box. Then it comes inside, goes over here, back, comes down here, back, comes over here, back, goes back up here, and then it begins drawing the outside of the box again. Then it comes in, over, down, over, up, outside again, in, over, down, over, up, does the outside again, vase mode. Now, doing the actual little tray drawers that fit inside, a little bit trickier. Because you're going to have to scale it. But here's the cool part, though. All you got to do is get it close, and then you can scale it, 0.1, 0.2 millimeters, however you need. Okay? So let's show you how to do that. So we know this is 100 by 50. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 walls this way. 1, 2, 3, 4 walls this way. Okay? So we're doing 2 boxes, cut that in half, 2 walls. We also have a 1 millimeter difference on the bottom. So we take a box and we make it 49 millimeters tall. That compensates for the 0.96 millimeters on the bottom. Okay? Then we take, you might even want to make it a little shorter. Make it 48 so it goes inside the drawer a little bit. Nah, leave it 49. Okay? Now, this is where using that trick I showed you. Oh, how tall do we make it? It's 50. That's 25. Take away 2 nozzle widths. That's 0.8. So let's make it 1 millimeter shorter. So we're going to make it 24. 24. Okay? So now our box is that tall. 50 wide minus 1 millimeter. 49. Okay? So now we have our little box that will fit inside of this box. It'll fit inside of that space, in theory. Okay? Now, let's rotate it down horizontally so we can play with it. Now, this is a case where you're going to want to use that little radius tool. How tall is this? Come on. 24 millimeters tall. We have to remember that number for later. Okay? So here we're going to add a radius. Just a little bit. All right? So now we have nice rounded edges. Let's bring our work plane. No, let's leave. You know, it's okay. We have a marker tool for if we need to get that work plane back. Okay. Let's bring it down to 0 just to make it easy to work with. So now we're going to create our cut boxes to get rid of the curved top and bottom. So we don't want that. That's a problem. For printing, it's going to be very hard to print that. Control D, bring it up. Okay, what we're doing is we're getting rid of that little extra top that we don't need. Now we have a nice little curved box that's the right size to fit inside of our drawer, but it's not 24 millimeters tall anymore, so we make it back to 24 millimeters tall. There. Now we have a nice little curved drawer. But I want a handle. I want to be able to pull the drawer out, right? But we have to maintain vase mode. There's a little trick I want to show you. We're going to just take a, you can use almost anything. But I think a wedge would be the best. We take a wedge, we rotate that wedge 45 degrees. Okay? Now let's bring that wedge to the front of this. Okay, I like that. Bring it up. Come on. I think that's close enough. Let's bring this that way a bit. Yeah, I like that. We don't need the drawer to be that big. So we're going to bring this in a bit. Thank you, Ricardo. 20 bucks from Ricardo. If you guys use PayPal, I get 97% of it instead of 70% of it. And I do appreciate that. Let's see if there's anybody I have to shout out on here. I don't think so. That's not what I wanted. Nobody on here yet. Thank you, Ricardo, very much for that. I appreciate that a lot. Without your guys' support, I couldn't do this stuff. Okay, so here we go. I like that. I think that looks pretty good. That's a nice little drawer handle pull. That's all vase mode compatible. Now you might be wondering, why don't I go all the way up? Why don't I bring this all the way up to here? You can do that, and that will vase mode just fine. But if you do this, if you leave a little bit of extra here, it will bridge this gap and form a flat face here. And by doing that, you add a little more structural integrity to your box. Okay? So we take that and we... Can I add curves to that? No, I cannot. Okay. We join those two pieces together, and there. Now we have a little box. We haven't violated any of the rules of vase mode. It's all vase mode compatible. This is technically an island, but we're not printing any top or bottom layers there, so we're okay. We don't have to worry about that. That's all there is to it. So we're going to export this. Yeah, a lot of people like that. Well, eventually I will be able to, when people donate like by PayPal, I should be able to make it pop up on the screen in OBS. I've seen people do that. I just got to figure out how to do it. So that when I get a PayPal notification, it should pop up on the screen saying, thank you so-and-so for, doing that. I just got to figure out how to do it. So now we have this one here. The number 2 is our drawer pull, our little drawer. We're actually going to use the exact same slicer file to cut the drawer. So now what happens, watch what happens when I cut this. See? We have our nice bottom, and we have our nice cute little rounded drawer, and we have a little pull here that we'll be able to grab onto to pull that drawer out of it. And then you just print 4 of these. Now what you do is you print 1. Okay, this is going to be a fast print. This is a 34-minute print. All right, very fast. You print 1. This actually probably doesn't need 4 bottom layers. I could probably Streamlabs widgets. Cool. You print 1 of these and you make sure it fits. Okay, you make sure the drawer fits. Once you have it the right size, you can come into here, and let's say you fit okay top to bottom, but it's a little tight side to side. Well, I can turn off uniform scaling, and I can make the Y, 53.6 millimeters, and it'll make it a little bit narrower to increase the chance of it fitting, because you're going to want to adjust your flow rate when you print this to increase strength. On this, I don't need to do anything because I'm not cutting the model. So all I have to do is create a second process and tell it where I want it to stop. So like this one doesn't need to have 4 bottom layers. 2 bottom layers would probably be enough, but I'd stick with 3 just in case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell this 3 bottom. So what is 3 times 24? Right? 72. So I tell it to stop at 0.72. And I tell this one to start at 0.72. So now I'm only doing 3 bottom layers. That should make it faster. Boom. Yeah, I knocked 3 minutes off the print time. And I could probably get away with going a bit faster for this, since it's such a simple part. So let's jack that up to 60 millimeters per second. Yeah, 29 minutes. So I knocked 5 minutes off the print time using 3 bottom layers and the vase mode at 60 millimeters per second. You may have to scale this a little bit to make it fit the drawer correctly. You do want a slight friction fit so the drawers don't just fall out. And there's probably a way we can add a slight friction fit to the model itself, but that gets real tricky. You're better off just scaling the part until it's the right size, and then once you have the right size, you just go to File, Export Models as Binary, and now you save the model as something else. Oh, if you're foreign, yes. If you're coming from another country, the PayPal fees could be pretty high. If you're in the United States, PayPal only takes the 3% that the credit card provider takes, 3.2% or something like that, or 2.7%. If you're coming from another country, however, the exchange rate could add a lot to that fee. So with a part like this, where there is no real top and bottom, you just can make your process an arbitrary separation. But in this part here, because we were cutting the model, because we were making holes in the model, we had to make sure that the bottom layer was solid. Now, you don't have to. You can cut all the way through the model, but you're going to decrease the bottom won't be solid then. I'll show you. I'll show you what happens if you do that. Let's see, downloads. That is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. I want to remove that. So let me show you what happens if you do that. So let's say I rotate this 180. Nope, I need to rotate it on Y. Center and drop. And we're only going to print to, was it 50? So 45. Okay. You can do that, and it will print just fine if you cut all the way through. But the problem is you end up with this. See? You end up with printing 4 squares instead of printing 1 square. So you increase the odds of it separating from the bottom. You also increase the odds of having issues. And because these are actual openings, you can't merge the model because it's not an enclosed island inside the model. There's an opening path to the outside. So you can't just tell it to make the whole model solid. That won't work. That's why we lifted up the cuts 0.96 millimeters above the bottom so that we can make this bottom solid. By making this bottom solid, it prints more reliably, and it prints faster, and it prints stronger. That's why we do that separation. That's why we make these cuts not penetrate the bottom of the model. But that's also why we have to do 2 processes, because I want 3 perimeters. 3 perimeters makes that bottom more solid, makes it stronger, makes it more reliable, so that when you print the vase mode on top of it, it has a nice solid base. Okay? That's why we don't cut through the bottom, because otherwise you end up with that. All right? When you don't cut through the bottom, you get your box, but you also get a solid bottom. You get a homogeneous, one-piece solid bottom. And that's much more reliable to print. It looks a lot nicer. It's a lot stronger. It's faster. So this whole box will print in 1 hour and 12 minutes, which is pretty damn fast for something that big. Any questions? Anybody have any questions on doing this kind of stuff? And you can subdivide this further, by the way. Yes, there is bottom mode with vase mode, but that bottom mode has serious problems. Okay? First, vase mode is how many perimeters? Okay? How reliable is a 1 perimeter base layer? Okay? A 3 perimeter first layer is much stronger, more reliable, and less prone to peeling than a single perimeter base layer. Also, a single perimeter base layer is going to have a higher chance of delaminating the vase mode portion from your base, meaning you have a higher chance of your part breaking. Have you ever pulled a vase mode print off your printer and the bottom stayed on the printer and the top broke right off? Well, this decreases the chance of that happening because it allows you to set more perimeters. I actually went to school for aerospace engineering, just ran out of money. And I decided to drop out rather than incur student loan debt. Maybe that was the wrong choice. I don't know. No, David, I can't. Yeah, and warping. Also, this allows you to make watertight boxes, which you normally can't do. There's another advantage to doing this method. With a vase mode print, I'll explain in a second, David, why I can't do that. With a vase mode print, you don't want to print the model. You don't want to print. Come here. You don't want to print the model at 0.4 millimeters because it's weak. This is not weak. Look how strong this is. Okay, this is incredibly strong. Why is this so strong? It's vase mode. Well, first it has structure. I have a slot in the back. But most important of all, I'm over extruding. I told this to print at 1.6 extrusion multiplier. That's printing at approximately a 0.65, like as if I had a 0.65 millimeter nozzle. But you don't want to print the bottom at a 1.6 extrusion multiplier. No, I did not. And I still have no idea why it's not using this mic, and it's working well. I don't want to mess with it. Is it using this? Yes, he's not using this mic. It's using this mic. I'm not even using that camera, but it's using that mic. I don't know why. I haven't had a chance to play with it. It's been working okay, so I've been leaving it alone. But you don't want to print the bottom layers with a 1.6 extrusion multiplier because they're going to be sloppy and disgusting because you're extruding too much plastic, and because you have lines next to each other, there's no place for that plastic to go except to splooge out and make super sloppy lines. So you'll notice in my process here, my first process has an extrusion multiplier of 0.92. That allows me to get that very clean filled bottom layers. But when I switch to vase mode, I'm printing this at a 1.2 extrusion multiplier. Yes, but if you over extrude the bottom layers, they're going to be sloppy. So it's easier to separate the bottom from the top. Now, in theory, you could just tell it to print with a 0.6 millimeter extrusion width. And that should work. It'll actually create the proper lines, but nozzles don't always over extrude quite reliably. I know if I print with a 0.92 extrusion multiplier at 3 layers thick, I know that's going to come out very, very clean and dimensionally accurate. I know it's going to do what it's supposed to do. So I prefer to do that instead of just telling the whole thing to print at 0.6 out of a 0.4 nozzle. This also allows me to adjust it on the printer. I can change flow rate. If I think it should be thicker, I can just go and increase the flow rate. I just think it's more reliable. It could just be a matter of it's what I'm used to doing, so it's what I do. But my gut tells me it's just more reliable to do it that way. I have more control over how the print looks. But that's also how you get, that also allows you to use more than one perimeter. That's the big thing. By not cutting all the way to the bottom, I have a solid bottom and I can do more perimeters. PayPal charged you $6. Ouch. Are you from another country? Yeah, $20 from David Alexander. You rock, dude. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that's why I prefer to have that separation. It gives me that solid bottom base, and it also allows me to use 3 perimeters. So you can see here, I'm using 3 perimeters on my bottom. Now, something else you can do is you can actually make what I do with vase mode prints is I will create multiple processes, and I will actually change the number of perimeters. So I'll create a process for 0.2 millimeters with 3 perimeters, and then I'll create a process at 0.4 millimeters with 5 perimeters, and then I'll go back down to 3 perimeters again. That causes the perimeter line and the infill line, that overlap between perimeter and infill, oh, I'm sorry. Here we go. That you can see you have you have the infill and you have the perimeter. and they touch. Now there's an overlap between those. I usually use about 35%. Okay, by varying the number of perimeters I use, let me show you an actual example of this. I'll actually show you how I make watertight vase mode prints. So, downloads, rose, low poly rose vase. So a print that I love making, let's do this at 150%. Okay, I love making this vase mode print. So let's do this. I can actually, this is interesting, I can make this a little clip too. So 155 minutes, 155 minutes, watertight vase. I can create a table of contents later and people will appreciate that because they can jump right to the point they want to watch. Okay. I don't need that. I need that. So you want to print this vase. It's one of my favorite vases to print. And you want it to be watertight. You want it to be able to hold water. That's okay. Off topic is fine. As a 3D printer, the CP01 is fantastic, except parts cooling sucks. I need to redesign that duct on the bottom for parts cooling because the parts cooling is garbage. In Simplified 3D, how do you prevent it from creating the very short back and forth zigzag gap fill? That is not gap fill. That is bridging support for top and bottom layers. You get rid of that by turning off top and bottom layers. If you turn off top and bottom layers, it should stop doing that. If you need top and bottom layers, create a process for the section where you don't want to create that zigzag gap fill. So for example, if I'm printing this and then I'm telling it to print this on top of it, or even better, if I tell it to print this and then this is the next line and the next line is over this way, it's going to create a little bit of a as support for this to hold on. Usually this happens on inside walls, not outside walls. It's trying to create a support layer to keep that outer perimeter from failing or the inner perimeter from failing. And that's part of top and bottom layers. So it took me a while to figure that out. You turn off the top and bottom layers and it stops doing that. I don't know. I don't know about the pink mask. It's because it's not the walls that's creating the zigzag. It's the overlap between this layer and this layer that's creating the zigzag. So you have to turn off top and bottom layers. I'll see if I can show you an example of that. This might actually be an example of that, but this is not round. This is polygon, so it might not do it. Well, I'll have to see if this does it. So I want to create, first I got to create multi-process. Oh, duh. Add, we're going to do 0.92 as my standard. Oh, this one we're going to go a little bit thicker. I want to make sure it's watertight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do 7. Start off with 3, not in vase mode. 0.24, that's fine. Actually, we're going to use 0.2 only because it's easily divisible, so I can do the math in my head. So, tools, variable settings, 3 layers, 0.6, add location, 3 more layers, 1.2, add location, 3 more layers, 1.8, add location. All right, split process. So this is the first 3 layers, second 3 layers, third 3 layers, vase mode. No problem, 3DR CNC. I'll see you later. So we're going to jack this up to 1.5. We're going to knock this all down to 0, 0, 1, single outline corkscrew. Speed, we're going to slow it down to 50 because we want a nice solid print. Okay. Now, 1, 2, 3. We're going to Control G to join those together because I need the bottom layers to be 9. So 9 and 9. Now that changed it for all 3. So, see, changed it for all three. Now we ungroup. So, first three, we're going to use 3 perimeters. Then we're going to go to 5 perimeters. Then we're going to go to 4 perimeters. Okay? Slice. All of it. Go. Oh, I forgot I had a limit on height. Let's get rid of that limit. There we go. Oh no, we are not getting vase mode. What's that about? Oh, that's too tall. Oh, I made a mistake somewhere. 1.8. Ah, no. Yeah, I don't need this. Why is that there? What? These are all wrong. Okay. Start. Why the hell? Why is all this wrong? This should be zero. Start at 0. End at 0.6. My layers got screwed up. This should be starting at 0.6, ending at 1.2. This should be starting at 1.2. Did I do that all wrong? Yeah, at 1.8. 1.8. There we go. Okay. I don't know why it... Hey, XR Control, thank you very much for the 20 euros. I appreciate that. Start. Yeah, this would be 1.8. Okay. There we go. I don't know. I must have forgot to hit the decimal when I typed in those numbers. Select all. Go. That's more like it. That's what we should have. There we go. So, let's look at this close up. So you can see my first layer has 3 perimeters. Right? 3, 3, 3. Now this one has 5 perimeters. 5, 5, 5. Now this one has 4 perimeters. 4, 4, 4. And then we go into our vase mode. So why did we do that? Because if you look at this closely, do you see the micro gaps? See how there's a little tiny micro gap there? That's because you have an edge and an edge, and you're trying to join those together. Now, part of that is your overlap. You tell it to overlap to avoid those getting gone. Check process 1. Yes, I got rid of the start layer because the start is 0. That's why I unchecked that. We talk about this here. See, I got rid of the start printing at because I'm starting from 0. I think when I did my Control G, it mixed up my orders. So you have your first layer, 3 perimeters. This is a quad-core i7, 3.6 gigahertz, 32 gigs of RAM. So you have your perimeter and you have your infill, and they overlap a little bit, but there's always going to be the potential for a small gap between the perimeter and the overlap, okay, the infill. So by adding thank you, Rajan, for the 10 euros. I'll have this all time-stamped later, so it'll be very easy to preview this later. So watch what happens here. 3 perimeters, okay, 3 perimeters and infill. The next layer, look at that. So now I have 5 perimeters, and they're covering up the joint between the first 3 layers and their infill and perimeter line. That joint between the infill and perimeter, by shifting the number of perimeters, I am now covering up those micro holes that would normally get created between the perimeter and the infill. by going to 5 perimeters. And then to further make sure, I now go back down to 4 perimeters. So now my infill covers up the joint between the process 2 perimeters and infill. And then when I print the vase mode, I'm printing that at an extrusion multiplier of 1.5. So it's nice and thick. That is a watertight print. And you don't even have to go that high. You could probably get away with going 0.4. Excuse me. And then going 0.4, 0.8. And then 0.8. I did that wrong. No. Yeah, I did that wrong, I think. Yeah, 4. No, that should be 0. It's 0.2 each. Yeah, I'm not thinking right. Okay. So that's 4 to 8. Then 0.8 to 1.2. And then 1.2 onward. I think it'll still work with 2 layers. Simplify 3D gets funny if you don't have enough layers on certain things. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 4. So yes, you can do it with 2. That'll save you time. The bottom won't be so thick, and the print time will be faster because you're knocking out 3 layers. So 2 hours and 18 minutes, and this is a 115% scale. So by doing that, I cause this little layer line here, this little gap line, because that's where it leaks. This is where your leaks are going to come from. All right. There's 2 places you get leaks when you print a vase mode. You get leaks at your infill perimeter lines on the bottom, and you get leaks at the vase mode on the side if your layers are too high. Okay. So that right there, that's all I'm printing solid. Then after that, we go to vase mode. And that will give you a watertight print almost every time. Almost every time that print will be watertight. And you can test it. Put it in your mouth and blow. If you can't blow through it, it's airtight, which means it's also watertight. I don't have much tips for Cura because I don't use Cura, but it should be similar to Simplify 3D. The big thing is figuring out what your correct extrusion multiplier is to get a clean print. Because in Cura, I believe this is called flow rate. If you over extrude, okay, how do I explain this? This is a good way of explaining it. You have a nozzle, okay, and that nozzle is extruding plastic out the nozzle. Now, if you extrude plastic at the same linear speed as you're laying the plastic, the pressure differential inside the nozzle as that plastic is pushing is effectively 0 because you're pulling the plastic out at the same speed as you're pushing the plastic in. Okay? If you're extruding less plastic, you have a negative pressure. Yes, there is gap fill. That is on this screen here. Advanced. External thin wall type, allow single extrusion. Internal thin wall type, allow single extrusion fill or allow gap fill. I always use allow single for both with a 50% overlap. If you have thin stuff and you have problems with your thin stuff breaking, set this to 100% and that'll fix that. So finding out what your correct extrusion multiplier is important to getting that as close to 0 pressure as you push the plastic through the nozzle as you can. Because part of what causes stringing and oozing is an excess of pressure. Actually, since we are done the Tinkercad tutorial, I will jump. I'll come back to the nozzle width thing in a second. Let's jump to David K's question. If you're familiar with what a raft is when you print a bed of plastic first. So you print really thick plastic lines, and then another thick plastic line, and then a thinner one, and a thinner one, and a thinner one. Elephant's foot is when you have an imperfect gap between the nozzle and the bed. Okay? If you're too far away, the filament just drops and sometimes doesn't stick. If you're too close, you get squish. And the problem is when you get too much squish, the plastic goes sideways and upwards where it's not supposed to go. Now, in a regular print, this is not a problem. You just end up with elephant's foot. A raft, if you notice with elephant's foot, as the printer prints, each layer, that elephant's foot, is less and less a percentage of a problem because you have more and more room for the plastic to go sideways without it going up into the next layer. So after about 4 or 5 layers, the elephant's foot goes away and your print looks normal because the error has averaged out. A raft is a way of intentionally averaging out the error. So if you're too close or too far, it's okay because it's going to start farther away. So if you're too close, it's no problem. It's also going to extrude far more plastic than it needs. So if you're too far away, it's okay. A raft is basically a way of cheating bed leveling. Now, the reason the raft gets finer and finer is for the same reason that elephant's foot is not a problem. The problem goes away when you average over distance. You're averaging the error over multiple layers. And that's exactly how a raft works. Extrude and splooge out a whole ton of plastic. This way, if you're too close or too far, it's okay. That plastic is going to stick to the bed. And then as you go up and up and up, you do less and less plastic, thinner and thinner, closer and closer, until the printer has built itself a perfectly flat plane. That is now the exact plane you need to then begin printing on. So basically a raft is printing a print bed on top of your print bed. So you take your imperfect print bed and you make it perfect by using a raft and averaging over distance in order to build up that perfect flat surface. Then you print your part on top of the raft with a little bit of an air gap so that you can break that raft off. Now, the problem with PETG and ABS is they're really fucking sticky. Have you ever tried to pull a raft off a PETG print? Have fun. It's a bitch because it sticks to itself like cement and it's very, very hard to get them apart. Well, when you stack, when you create a stack, that's what you're doing. You're basically using the first print as a raft for the second print. So you need the first print to stick, the second print to stick to the first print. If it doesn't stick well enough, the model breaks. If it sticks too well, you're never getting it apart. So, can you do it with PETG? I don't know. Maybe you can, but you're going to spend a lot of plastic experimenting to find out. I mean, even doing PLA, which is extremely friendly to this process, I have about 3 kilograms of debris, wasted prints that don't work, destroyed bad prints that failed just in experimenting and trying to get that to work. So can you? Maybe. You're going to have to experiment. You start off by trying 2. Print 1 and tell it to print the second one on top of it. I have files up there for a 0.4 millimeter gap and a 0.5 millimeter gap. So you can experiment with the 2. What you're really going to have to experiment with is temperature, speed, flow rate, and parts cooling. The objective is to, when you print the second one on top of the first one, I plan to eventually, right now I throw it away, but I've started saving it now that I have the space. I plan to eventually just try to figure out how to, woo! That was like a missile. It hit the wall over there and bounced off there. Woo, eye protection. I plan to eventually break this stuff up into pieces and then melt it down and make bricks out of it. So, for example, if I want to build a cinder block shed, which I plan to do quite a lot around here, build little sheds, I can, every now and then I can replace one of those cinder blocks with a plastic one. And this way I'm actually reusing the material, and I keep the carbon sequestered in the plastic because I'm not biodegrading it. I prefer Simplify 3D. What I tell people in general is that, what I used to tell people, do not buy Simplify 3D. Use Cura, use Prusa Slicer. Wait until you know you're going to stick with this hobby. You've been in it 2 years. If you know you're going to stick with it, it's probably worth buying Simplify 3D. Because now it's, you see, if I buy a 3D printer and a month later I go, yeah, fuck this, I'm not doing 3D printing anymore. If I bought Simplify 3D, I'm out $150. I can't sell it and I can't take it back. Okay? I can sell the printer, but I can't sell the Simplify 3D. Not easily, at least. But if you know you're going to stick with it, then go for it. I like Simplify 3D because it's Simplify 3D. There's nothing in Simplify 3D that you can't do in Cura or Prusa Slicer. It's just a pain in the ass. What do you mean it would? Oh, would not slice with Prusa Slicer? Oh, I don't know. I don't know how that works with Prusa Slicer. It's just an STL file, so it should slice. Now, this comes with a proviso. Okay. Simplify 3D is falling behind in some areas with Cura and Prusa Slicer. The reason for this is pretty simple. What is Simplify 3D's profit source? How do they make money? By selling, how do I do this? This way? By selling, there we go. By selling Simplify 3D, okay? They sell Simplify 3D. That's their income source, okay? What's Cura's income source? None. It's free software. Who's updating it? Ultimaker's updating it. What's Ultimaker's income source? Not Cura. It's selling Ultimakers. So Ultimaker can afford to update free Cura because they're making money selling Ultimaker printers. Prusa Slicer is Slick 3R. It's free. So what benefit does Prusa have in updating Prusa Slicer? Because Prusa sells 3D printers. So they can afford to update Prusa Slicer for free because that will help them make money selling printers. Okay? Simplify 3D doesn't sell printers. They only sell software. Simplify 3D. Now here's the problem. Unlike cell phone software that you can afford to sell for $3 because hundreds of thousands of people are going to buy it, and then next year another 100,000 people are going to buy it because another 100,000 people got new phones, okay? So there's a continuous stream of new customers. 3D printing is very niche, okay? It's very, it's a small market. 3D printing is growing massively, but relative to a software company, it's not growing massively. So they have to pay people to update Simplify 3D. If you're sharing paid 3D files, you're an asshole. It's that simple. You're a fucking douche. All right? That's how they make their money. That's their income source. You know, so taking a 3D file that you didn't pay for is just douchey. It's even more douchey if you're the one sharing it. You know, well, fuck you if you're doing that. You have any idea how much work it takes to make those things, to generate those files? And for some of these people, that's their income source. So Simplify 3D is in a pretty tough position right now. Now, don't get me wrong. The people who run Simplify 3D have problems. Some of them have attitudes, and it makes me want to reach through the screen, grab the Simplify 3D guy, and strangle him a little bit. Although I noticed they've been a lot better about that lately. They have not been nearly as bad about that lately. The issue isn't selling STLs. The issue is when people steal them and share them. Like, for example, Angus at Maker's Muse, he has a Patreon account. And one of the perks of being a Patreon is you get access to the things he designed. Well, someone dumped his entire Patreon and made it available to the world. That's how he makes his income, guys. Don't do that. The community respects people's labor and creativity, but there's always going to be segments that, you know, want to see the world burn and make everything free. Now, hey, this actually hurts me, okay? Do you have any idea how much I would love to be a Patreon of people like Wexter and what's the other guy? There's Kodamai and stuff like that. There's a few people who have Patreons who make really nice stuff. And I can't join their Patreons, which means I can't print their stuff. And I refuse to sign up for their Patreons, download all of their files, and then cancel the Patreon next month. Because even though that's technically illegal, that's slimy. I mean, the point is for you to be a monthly member to support these people. And that's why I like that Kajai. He does some models Patreon and some models free. I do wish these sellers, these guys, would sometimes make their files available for a price, so that if I see something I really want to print, I can pay for it and print it. Because I refuse to sign up for Wexter's Patreon, download all of his stuff, and then next month cancel the Patreon, because that just feels slimy to me. That just feels icky. You know, the way I see it, if I can't stay a Patreon for at least a year, I don't have any right to those files. Okay? And right now, I make $300 or $400 a month. I can't afford to sign up for Patreons, especially since I'd want to sign up for 4 or 5 of them. Okay? But I'm also not going to touch their files, even if I find them for free, because that's wrong. That's it's not theft. You're not stealing. You're infringing on their copyright, but it's still just as wrong as stealing. It's from a moral perspective, it's no different than going into their house and breaking in and stealing the files off their computer. You're just letting somebody else do it for you. And that's pretty slimy. Well, Simplify 3D, back on that topic. Simplify 3D has a problem. They only make money selling software. And they are in unfair competition with Ultimaker and Cura and Prusa. All right? Prusa and Ultimaker, they're not doing anything wrong, but the competition is unfair. No, Angus just got added in because somebody stole Angus's Patreon and made it available to the world. They took all of his private files that he makes available to his Patreons, and they dumped it on the internet for anybody to download, which is a pretty scummy thing to do. That's pretty slimy, you know. Find the guy who did that. Basically, someone joined his Patreon, downloaded all of his files, canceled the Patreon, and then gave the files to everybody. Music is different. To me, music is not the same thing, because music is already made available for free. Okay? I can turn on the radio and listen to any bit of music I want. It is perfectly legal for me to create a mixtape, for me to record off the radio whatever I want. And then I can share that mixtape with you. I can meet up with you at Murph and say, hey, you want a copy of my mixtape? Cool songs I found from the 80s? And it's 100% legal for me to do that. Well, downloading MP3s off the internet, all that is tuning my radio to 802.11 instead of 99.3. There's no difference. All right? And on top of that, the MP3 is not the final product. I don't know about you, but when I got into Napster, when Napster first started, the original hacker pirate Napster, when I got into Napster, I bought more CDs the first year after I got into Napster than I had purchased in my entire life before then. Okay? I think I bought like 40 CDs that year. The average person buys 3 to 6. Okay? Because Napster was basically a giant radio station. And I could listen to anything I want. Half the music I found, I wasn't even looking for. I would find one guy, Winamp, kicks the llama's ass. I would find one guy who had a fractional T connection. So I was downloading at like 100 kilobit a second from him. And I would just go into his folder and take everything he had. I would just grab it all. I would say, okay, your whole library, dump. And the next morning I would have his whole library and I would just scan through it like a radio station going, what's this? What's this? What's this? Ah, yuck. What's this? Yuck. Ooh, that sounds cool. What's this like? Give me more of this. Okay? And that's how I dealt with it with MP3s. Because for me, the MP3 was not the final product. I wanted the CD. I wanted the actual disc and the artwork, and I wanted to. Most of the times, the MP3s you found were shitty quality, so I had my own technique for using, ripping the CD to get my high quality MP3s to do what I want with them. And so for me, the CD was the final product. Now that's a little different today because for a lot of people, the MP3 is the final product. So I can see a problem with that. Also, MP3s are a little bit different because you're not really supporting the artist. The artist doesn't get much. The average artist gets less than a nickel from each CD sale. No, that was not the exception. That was the rule. They have data. They have actual data. Now movies are different. Movies, I only download movies I plan to buy. Okay, I have a large thing of movies. But if there's a movie I actually like, I buy it. I mean, I have a pretty healthy collection of Blu-rays and DVDs and steelbooks. Okay, I actually buy this stuff. Movies is more of a one-time use. So if you download the 1080p movie, you don't really have much incentive to go and buy the movie. So I'm a little leery on that. Also, movies aren't already made available for free. So it's not like you can say, well, I'm just changing my radio from FM 99.3 to, LimeWire 802.11, because that's not the way it works. Movies aren't made available for free. You've got to pay for a movie ticket or go buy the movie or go rent the movie. So to me, that's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Pirating. Me downloading a movie or an MP3 is not going to stop me from buying the disc. It's not going to stop me from paying for a movie ticket to go watch it. So even though it's wrong, I don't feel morally so bad downloading movies and MP3s, because doing so is not going to stop me from buying the disc or buying the CD. If it's something I like, I'm going to go buy the disc. I'm going to go buy the CD. If you're not going to do that, you should ask yourself, is what I'm doing morally okay? STLs are completely different because the STL is the final product. All right? An MP3 is not the final product. The movie's the final product. The movie ticket's the final product. The CD's the final product. An STL is the final product. So when you download a pirated STL, it really is no different than you walking into a Walmart, sticking this DVD down your shirt, and sneaking out of the store. It's the same thing because there's no difference between the final product. All right? When I download a movie and I go, you know something? That Transcendence movie was good. I bought the damn movie. Yes, I have. If you go to my Thingiverse, I have factory files, G-code files, STL files. I have everything there. Well, it's not intellectual property. It's intellectual property rights. A little bit different. I don't think it is. When you download an STL, you are directly hurting the artist and you are directly avoiding purchasing the product. If this is a paid STL, and I download this paid STL, what possible reason do I now have to go buy the exact same file from the artist? What possible reason do I have? None. There is absolutely no difference between the pirated STL and the STL from the artist. They are exactly the same. Okay? There's no difference. There is a big difference between the 2 gigabyte MKV I download and the Blu-ray disc I download. They're not the same product. Now, like I said, if you're the kind of person who downloading an MP3 or an MKV file will result in you not buying the movie, well, you should be asking yourself, should I be downloading this stuff? Or should I be going to rent it or buy it? Because it did cost money to make this movie. Okay? I disagree. Well, first of all, it's not stealing. It's copyright infringement. And it is wrong. There's no question about it. It's wrong. Well, for example, let me give you an example. I pirate Simplify 3D. I downloaded a torrent of Simplify 3D. Why did I do that? Because I do not recognize Simplify 3D right to steal my property. The Simplify 3D belongs to me. I paid $150 for it. It's my property. Okay? I do not recognize Simplify 3D as having the right to reach into my computer and dictate what I can do with my property. That's one of the reasons I download movies, even though I own the movie. I have the movie on disc. Why do I download it? For convenience. I want this movie on my terms. Okay? I want to be able to put this movie on any medium I want and watch it on anything I want. But there's a problem. Even though I own this movie, okay, I can't copy it off of here easily to do whatever I want with because they have illegally taken my personal property rights from me and put protection on this disc that makes it difficult for me to do what I want with that would otherwise be perfectly legal. Because it's perfectly legal for me to copy this movie, for me to transfer this movie to my phone, for me to put it on my projector, on my laptop, to put it on a memory card. That's all perfectly legal. As long as I don't share it with you, as long as I don't sell it to you or give it away to you for free, it's perfectly legal for me to do that. But it's not legal for me to bypass the encryption. So they're basically taking my rights from me to do that. Now, when I download music or movies, now, if the movie is not available for purchase, I'm okay with it. I don't recognize terms of service. They're not providing me a service. I didn't buy a fucking service. I bought a product. There's no service here. Now, if you buy a service, like online access to Call of Duty, that's a service. This is a product. No, Media Shift is 100% legal. They got around it by applying DRM. And then the DMCA makes violating the DRM illegal. I have the software to copy this movie. It's a pain in the fucking ass. I'd rather just download the 2 gigabyte file. Downloading MP3s and videos is not legal. It's also morally questionable. Okay? The morality depends on why you're doing it. That's okay. I don't mind. If you are, I didn't steal it though. I paid for it. I got a receipt. I paid $150 for it. It is my business to dictate my property rights. Okay? This is my property. I paid for it. This would be no different than if you bought a house from, Wells Fargo Bank. And then, a year later, Wells Fargo Bank came in and said, yeah, we have terms of service of your ownership of this house, and we've decided to change those terms of service, so you're no longer allowed to wear orange shirts in your house. You can't do that. So why can Simplify 3D do that? What's the difference between this piece of property, and this piece of property? What's the difference? Why do I have my property rights here, but I don't have my property rights here? No, Simplify 3D restricts you to 2 installs. Well, I have 2 laptops, a tablet, and a desktop. So I have to jump through their stupid fucking hoops to deactivate Simplify 3D on one computer and activate Simplify 3D on another computer. That's bullshit. It's my property. I can and will put it on as many computers as I want to. Now, if multiple people are using those computers, that's a violation of their intellectual property rights. Because my personal property rights belong to me, not you. Okay? But they're trying to enforce that property right by taking away my property rights. And I did not agree to that. Right? That would be like you saying, you bought this tape measure, okay, but you're not allowed to let anybody else use it. And you can use it to measure your laptop, but you can't use it to measure your door. No, I downloaded the torrent for Simplify 3D after I bought it. When I realized I had to jump through some stupid bullshit hoops. but they don't own it. I own it. It's my property. Okay, I'm going to decree that you are not allowed to read a book. You can buy a book, but the terms of service says you can't read it out of order. Would you consider that fair? The terms of service says I cannot give this book to my friend and let him read it. Is that fair? The terms of service says I can't burn this book. I don't need it anymore. I want to burn it for paper. Terms of service says that's illegal. Is that right? No, of course not. It's bullshit. The book belongs to me. It's my property. I can do anything I want with this book. What's the difference between this book and this book? One's digital and one's paper. Why is that different? Don't tell me not to buy it. No. Property rights are property rights. If I purchase something, I own it. I don't recognize license. I don't recognize terms of service. I recognize intellectual property rights. So when I buy this movie, I can and will do any damn thing I want with it. That's right, because they have no right to limit it. My laptop didn't purchase Simplify 3D. I purchased Simplify 3D. My laptop didn't buy it. I'm allowed to duplicate the book. I'm allowed to go and take my scanner and take this book and copy this book as many times as I want. That's 100% legal because this book is my property. And that does not violate intellectual property rights because this book is my property. It is 100% legal and 100% moral for me to make as many copies of this book as I want. No, I did not purchase a license. I don't recognize license. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to claim you're purchasing a license and that you're not purchasing property. Now, yes, they could, and no judge would side with them. I have pirated copies of Windows on every PC in my possession. I also have a shrink-wrapped, legal, purchased disk for every single one of those computers. I didn't pirate it to avoid buying the software. I bought the software. I pirated it to get around the restrictions they put in place on my property that I didn't authorize. All right? So imagine if well, think about this. Imagine if you bought a Ford car and Ford said only you could drive it. Would you accept that? Would you buy a car from somebody that said only you could drive the car? And that you had to pay an extra fee if you wanted to let somebody else drive the car? Would you do that? No. People were sending copies of Simplified 3D to hundreds of users because of the DRM. Imagine if you bought a car and they, here, better. Imagine if you bought a house. It's not a sovereign citizen approach, it's property rights. I only know of two kinds of sovereign citizens. They wear robes and badges. Those are the only sovereign citizens I know of. Okay? If you download an MP3 without intending to support the artist, you're a scumbag. If you download a movie without intending to support the artist, you're a scumbag. If you download an STL without intending to support the artist, you're a scumbag. If you buy Simplify 3D, if you pay the $150 and you buy Simplify 3D, and then you download a torrented copy to exert your property rights, you're not a scumbag. You're exerting your property rights. You're revoking their access to your property and saying, I own this. I paid for it. I own it. I didn't rent it. I didn't borrow it. I paid for it. I own it. See you later, Colin. Oh, I did get the tea. I got the cinnamon plum. So that was from you? That's the point. That's the point. I'm not going to waste my time jumping through their stupid DRM hoops because they're afraid people are going to steal their software. Well, they're going to steal your software no matter what. Make a good software and good people will pay for it. DRM only punishes lawful users. Only moral, lawful, paying customers are hurt by DRM. They're the only people that are hurt. Because the pirates are just going to erase your DRM. No, there isn't a guarantee I'm going to go buy it. Just like there's no guarantee I'm not going to break into your house and steal it. That's called education and morals. Well, no, technically it's illegal. But let's say Microsoft dragged me into court and said he openly admitted he pirated 7 copies of Windows. And the judge says, did you pirate 7 copies of Windows? Yes, Your Honor, I did. He's like, why? Well, because I bought 7 copies of Windows, and here's my 7 copies of Windows, but they have stupid restrictions on these that cause me problems using my hardware. So I paid for 7 copies and then used the pirated copies to get past those restrictions. The judge is going to say, how are you harmed? He paid for 7 legal copies. He's using 7 legal copies. Where's the harm? How are you damaged? They weren't. Case dismissed. If your business model, then you're not selling software. You're renting it. Well, then you can't ask a purchase price if you're renting. That's not the same thing. The judge does care why, because our legal system requires there to be damage. That's why I cannot dispute. By the way, give you an update on that. That's why I cannot dispute Elderwood's trademark claim on a hexagon dice box unless I am harmed by it. Exactly. Good faith copy sharing transfer. No, I'm not renting. They're trying to make it like I'm renting. They're trying to make it like a license, but they're charging a purchase price. Okay? When you go rent a car, it's $40 a day, $50 a day. When you go buy a car, it's $20,000. So this is like them saying you're going to rent the car from us for $20,000. You're paying for it, but we're keeping the property rights. Fuck that. No, I'm not causing them harm. How am I causing them harm? I got my software. They got their $150. The judge is going to say, where's the harm? Did you share it with other people? No. Are other people using it at the same time you're using it? No. All right. Do you have it available for download on your site? No. Are you selling it to anybody? No. Are you giving it away to anybody? No. So you're using software you paid for. Yes. Case dismissed. Like that? Oh, yeah, there probably is. Yeah. Can you see him? There's the kitty. He's a good boy. I don't care how they designed it. That's their problem, not mine. It's my property. Once it becomes my let's go back to the book. Okay, is there a regular book? Well, let's just pretend this is a book. All right. Oh, here you go. Here you go. Phone. All right. I've decided I want to use this phone as a shim to balance my table. I'm not using it the way LG intended. How is LG harmed? I want to use this phone as a hammer. I'm not using it as LG intended. How is LG harmed? They're not. Okay? It's my property. How I use it is none of their goddamn business. I bought it. I paid for it. How I use it within the scope of my personal property rights is none of their goddamn business. If I want to use this disc as a goddamn frisbee and go play frisbee golf with somebody, that's my right. This is my property. I own it. I do not recognize the revocation of my personal property rights. But they could. LG could create a set of terms of service that says you can't use this as a hammer. There's no difference between a line item in the TOS that says you may not use this as a hammer, as there is a line item saying you can't bypass the encryption. Yeah, but it's not a contract I agree to. As far as I'm concerned, terms of service only applies when you violate intellectual property rights. But yes, but now you've stolen it. Now you've taken something you don't own. Well, no, you shouldn't be stealing a copy. But getting a copy for the copy I already have, there's nothing wrong with that. You do realize it's perfectly legal for me to copy this disc. It's also perfectly legal for me to ask you to copy it for me. That's perfectly legal. Well, that's different. That's fee simple title. That's a different category altogether. I've rejected it and I sent the money anyway. I am taking my property rights back by force. No, I won't do it. That's why I won't download Wexter's files. That's why I won't download. Matter of fact, when I got the when I downloaded this guy. When I downloaded this guy, okay, it was a pirated file. I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't know it was a pirated file. Someone posted to Thingiverse, and I didn't know that they had stolen that from Inspire 3D. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. It is 100% legal. Every time you go to a a Kinko's and you make a copy of something, you are asking them to make a copy of something for you because you don't have a copy machine. That is 100% legal. Now, the illegal part is not the copying of the disc. The illegal part is bypassing the encryption. See, we have gotten around our personal property rights. The studio realized early on that they could not stop people from copying movies as long as they did not violate intellectual property rights. As long as they didn't share it with anybody else, it was legal to copy these movies. So they added encryption and then got the DMCA passed to do an end runaround. No, I could go to a Kinko's. Now, some stores have a policy that says they won't copy copyrighted content. But that's not a law. That's a policy. That's something they choose to do. But it is perfectly legal, 100% legal, for you to come to my house and say, hey, Chris, I'll pay you $1. Can I use your copy machine to copy this picture? And that is perfectly legal. There is nothing illegal about that. Now, if I kept a copy of that for myself, that's illegal. I disagree. The downloading the pirated content is me using you to copy it for me. Now, whether or not that is legal for me, that's a good faith issue. If I already have this movie, there's nothing illegal about it. You have a copy of Transcendence? Yes, sir. I own the copy as well. Did you share it with anybody? No. Are you selling it? No. Are you giving it away? No. There's no harm. Now, the person offering the download is harming because they bypass the encryption. That's why they're trying to go to cloud-based, and I won't use it. I will not rent software. I've told Simplify 3D straight up, if you switch to a cloud-based service, if you switch to a rental model, I'm done with Simplify 3D. I do not recognize rental. If I can't buy it, I don't want it. Because if I'm renting it now I am doing something both illegal and immoral if I copy it, because it is a rental. Not that I'm aware of. You can do that. I already do that. I have several other person's prints that I am selling. I'm going to be selling MechG's rocket kits. I'm going to be selling, there's a few other prints that I'm going to be selling that I didn't make. I went to the author and I asked them, I said, hey, I have a 3D printing YouTube channel. This is how I make my income. Would you mind if I sold finished prints of your model? And most of them have said yes. Now, let's get back to the original question that started this whole conversation. The upgrade for Simplify 3D. I will absolutely pay for an upgrade for Simplify 3D because that's their only money source. And if they update the software, that means they have to pay employees. And they're not selling printers to make money to pay those employees. So their only income source is the software. So I am 100% okay with Simplify 3D charging for an upgrade to 5.0. But I'm telling them that upgrade better be good or Ultimaker and Prusa are going to eat their lunch. There's nothing scummy with printing stuff and selling it. Ask permission. A lot of them are just going to say yes. I haven't had anybody say no yet. Ask permission. No, I'm not justifying stealing. Stealing is depriving you of property you own. If you copy something, you're not depriving the other person of property. You are depriving them of income if you haven't purchased it. So let me ask you this. Let's see. If you have an apple tree in your yard, and I come into your yard and I take an apple off that tree and I eat it, have I stolen from you? Well, if you're doing it without prior permission and the model does not include a license that allows commercial usage, you're violating their property rights. You should not be doing that. Technically, selling the files is not illegal as long as the license permits it. Of course you can sell prints. Well, you have implicit permission if they don't say, a lot of these products, they say commercial usage allowed. Well, that means you're allowed to download it and print it and sell it. When I print this is my property. I own it. I'm allowed to sell this. I don't even need your permission to sell this because this is my property. I own it. Now, if I make a business of selling this, now I'm violating your rights. Now I need your permission. I don't acknowledge, okay, there are two kinds of property rights. You have IPR and you have PPR. IPR is intellectual property rights. PPR is personal property rights. When you purchase this movie, you own the PPR for this movie. You own the personal property rights to this movie. It's yours. It belongs to you. You do not own the intellectual property rights to this movie. Who owns this? Warner Brothers owns the intellectual property rights to this movie. So I can do anything I want with my personal property. Copy it, duplicate it, break it, glue it to something, use it as a hammer, use it as a frisbee, let my cat eat it. It's my personal property right. I could do anything I want with this. Now, once I go beyond the scope of my personal property rights, I give this to you. Now remember, violating intellectual property rights does not require you to charge. Okay? If I make a copy of this and sell it, I am violating their IPR. If I make a copy of this and give it away for free, I'm still violating their IPR. I'm still breaking the law. I'm still violating their rights. So charging doesn't matter. Well, when you're going for IPR, yes, because now the license applies. That's what you're not understanding. When it comes to my personal property rights, your license doesn't apply because I own my personal property rights. They're mine, not yours. When it comes to intellectual property rights, then yes, the license now applies because now I'm not doing something with my personal property. I am now infringing on your intellectual property. So by me giving this to Dr. Jekyll, I now have to consider the license. So if I want to give him a copy of this, I am now outside the scope of my personal property because I'm giving him personal property. That copy I give him now becomes his personal property. I don't have a right to do that unless the license allows. Okay? When I download this, the license permits me. So if Dr. Jekyll says, hey, Chris, can you send me a copy of the 3D Werkstand model? I can say, sure, no problem. Here's a copy. Okay? Now, can I sell it to him? Well, that depends. Remember, I can sell one because it's mine. I made it. This is my plastic, my electricity. This is my property. The license says commercial usage allowed, then yes, I can sell these to hundreds of people. If the license says no commercial usage allowed, well, now I can't. I can sell one because it's my property. But if I make it a business of selling these, if I keep selling them, that's commercial usage. And if the license doesn't allow that, you need permission. I'm trying to describe a line between personal property rights and intellectual property rights. Okay, telling me I'm not allowed to give this away to people, it's okay, I don't mind. This is intellectually stimulating to me. Telling me that I can't give people copies of this is not violating my personal property rights because I don't have the right to give people copies of this. That's not a right I own, okay? But DRM infringes upon my property rights because DRM stops me from giving him a copy, but it also stops me from transcoding it and putting it on my phone, which is a right of mine. And that's why I have a problem with DRM, because the DRM doesn't just keep me from giving you a copy, it keeps me from making a copy. And we need to assert our property rights. I think he's broke through his medication. No, it does not. No, it does not. We are talking about two separate rights here. You're saying it's okay. It's not okay for me to violate your rights, but it's okay for you to violate my rights. That's bullshit. This would literally be no different than you buying a house and them dictating who's allowed to live there. Simplified 3D will charge for a major update. They don't charge for small updates, but they're going to charge for the 5.0 update, and I fully support that. I will be first in line to pay them for their update. I like the software. It works well. I prefer Simplified 3D over Cura, so I had no problem paying the $150 for Simplified 3D. And you're right, Dan Borio. Rights are rights. And I own this, and I have rights to what I own. Stop stepping on my rights. You're right. Rights are rights. Can I have my AR-15? If you can build one, you can have one. Make sure it's legal where you are. That's called... Now, see, that's a weird thing. I didn't know this, but property, like houses, like land, you can actually apply covenants to property. And I didn't know this. This is weird. For example, now some covenants can be tossed in court. They're not offering a service. They're offering a product. They're offering a product, but they're trying to pretend it's a service. And to me, that violates my rights. I disagree. I believe the Constitution trumps what is legal. And the Constitution says you cannot revoke my property rights. I don't care. You're right. I don't have a right to download a pirated copy, but I do have to make a copy. I do have a right to make a copy, and the pirated copy is my way of exerting my rights. So I certainly hope Simplified 3D 5.0 is a big upgrade, because I would hate to see Simplified 3D go away. No, it's weirder than that, crazy editor. For example, oh, correct. If I get permission to, okay, if I want to make commercial usage of this, not sell it, because I'm allowed, I can sell this. If one of you guys say, hey, Chris, I'll give you $100, send me that sword. Even if the license says no commercial usage, it doesn't matter. I'm allowed to sell this, because this one single instance that I legally produced is my property. And United States law has something called a first sale doctrine that preserves the end user's right to sell their property. Okay? I own this. I'm allowed to sell it. That is not considered commercial activity. Well, that's the problem, is they're trying to abuse the law to restrict our property rights. Now, if I go into business selling these swords, and the license, now that is not, yes, you can sell STLs. If the license permits it, you can sell STLs. There's nothing illegal about that. Now, if you're selling STLs that are free, that's pretty weak, but it's not illegal. That's all right. I don't mind. That's kind of what we do here, man. We go down the rabbit hole. It's just what we do, and I don't mind it. Some of this stuff can get very complex, and you could think about it the wrong way if you don't understand exactly what the other person's saying. Like, I'm having trouble getting across the concept between personal property rights and intellectual property rights. That depends on the transaction. When you say non-commercial usage, that does not mean non-profit. That does not mean not for sale. Commercial usage has specific legal meaning. Selling STLs is not illegal. It's only illegal if the license says you can't sell it. If the license says non-commercial usage, then you're not allowed to sell the STL unless you receive explicit permission. If the license permits commercial uses, no. Stephen, you're not listening to me, okay? I'm going to say it again. You have personal property rights and you have intellectual property rights. The personal property rights for this disc belong to me. I own the personal property rights without exception, without exclusion, without restriction. Warner Brothers owns the intellectual property rights to this movie. Okay? Copying this movie is exercising my personal property rights. Giving you a copy of this movie is exercising Warner Brothers' intellectual property rights. I am allowed to copy this movie because I own the personal property rights. I'm not allowed to give you a copy of this movie because I don't own the intellectual property rights. So when you download an STL, you are allowed to copy that STL as many times as you want. If you want to hit Control-C, Control-V, and make 100 copies of that STL, that is perfectly legal because you own the personal property rights for that STL. Now, the moment you attempt to give that STL to somebody else, whether for free or for a price, you are now violating intellectual, or you're now interacting with intellectual property rights. Whether or not you are allowed to do that depends on what the license says, because the license does not apply to my personal property rights, but it does apply to your intellectual property rights. So when I give you the movie, I now must take into consideration the license, because that's what the license is for. I disagree. If I purchase Simplify 3D and I ask someone else, can you make a copy of this software for me? That's perfectly legal. V. I love that Crazy Frog song. Wee. From that old, long time ago. What's that called? Isn't that like an Axel Foley song with the frog? If you torrent a file and you do not have the right to possess that file, it is wrong. You should not be doing it. How wrong it is depends on why you're doing it. There is gray here. Okay? So let me ask you this. This is how I'm going to explain this to you. Okay? Is there a legal way for you to get Simplify 3D, Axel Foley Crazy Frog? Is there a legal way for you to get Simplify 3D onto your computer without paying for it? Can you think of any legal way to do that? I showed how to make rounded boxes. I showed how to make a closed box. I showed how to put holes and control where they're positioned. Because pirating that kind of stuff is like going to a radio station and flipping through the frequencies. Are you paying for it? Okay? And then free trial is not a justification. It's still wrong. You're still breaking the law by doing it. I just consider it to be a morally acceptable breaking of the law. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it's morally acceptable. The two do not have to match. All right, I tied it up. I finally got enough hair that I can tie the shit up. Keep it out of my face. I would have to review that again to see what the difference was. Um, I do not respect IP laws. I think IP laws are largely bullshit. I do respect IP rights. Okay? What I am saying is that getting a pirated copy of Simplified 3D that I paid for in order to exert my property rights is not immoral. Getting a copy of Simplified 3D to avoid having to buy it is wrong. No, they did not. No, they did not. Radio stations are not required to pay a fee to broadcast music. That is in the law. Now, the problem you're running into is we have conglomerates that own radio stations. And the conglomerate requires their radio stations to pay a fee for music. But that's a policy, not a law. If you have an independent radio station and you go out and purchase a CD, the law recognizes that you have a license to broadcast that music over your public radio station. That's in the law. That's not quite the same thing. There's no law. You're not breaking the law taking the candy, because it's not a pirate of anything. But the person making the candy is violating not intellectual property. They're violating trademark. Trademark is a little different thing. The trademark is actually the problem I'm having. I'll give you guys an update on the hexagon elderwood thing. We filed. I found the lawyer said that I can talk to you guys about the actual document and what we filed. Well, that's UK law. US law is a different thing. US law has um there's a broadcast law we passed for that. Technically, torrenting and then buying after is, like I said originally, questionably moral. Technically, it's illegal. There's no question about that. There's no question that the torrent is illegal. Um, because we have stupid laws in this country. um, CCLI. I don't know that, but that's probably not a legal thing. That's probably a policy thing. See, we've it used to be that radio stations, newspapers, and news broadcasts had to be independent. There was a limit to how many you could own. The idea was to prevent one person from owning all the media because then they could control the message to everybody. Well, we got rid of those laws because we're a corrupt country. And so now something like 90% of the media you consume, so 90% of the radio stations, newspapers, TV stations, and movie studios and publishers are all owned by like 6 people. And so those 6 people created rules and restrictions. Oh, don't tell him to shut up. Well, it depends on the license. The creator wanted his files open source, but also wanted to control iterations. And you can't have both. You can't say I'm open source and then say I want to control the iterations. Well, then it's closed source. It's not open source. That was the problem Tom had with him. If the author wishes to make it closed source, that's his right. He can do that. I don't know. We're trying to figure that out. But don't get mad at Stephen Lightspeed. He's not. I disagree with him, but he's not entirely wrong. His basis is not wrong. Um, the it's hard to explain, but okay. Elderwood. Let's go to Elderwood. We filed our opposition. Now, this is what I mean by you have to be harmed in law. Most law, yes, Tom Sandlatter is in Tom's 3D. Most law, most damage law requires there to actually be damage. Oh, hey, his opinion is not necessarily wrong. You can't just be like that. He's not being a troll. He's not being a dick. You know. Well, the um, wasn't it called an open source CNC? I think the author originally released it with the wrong license and then wanted to retroactively change it, which is not his right. Also, the problem is deriving apart. Okay. I remember this now. Okay. The creator is wrong. Tom is right. Okay. The creator is wrong. The creator, MPCNC, mostly printed CNC. The creator was wrong. The creator was trying to exert a right he did not have a right to exert. Okay? This is a collapsible, this is what I'll describe to you. This is a collapsible sword. Okay? Let's say the author has closed sourced this sword. So he has reserved the rights to this sword. It's not open source. It's not free. He's reserved the rights. Closed source doesn't matter. I'll get to that in a minute. Let's say this is closed source. Okay? And I decide I want to make a different tip for this sword. Okay? I don't take his file and modify it because that would be affecting his intellectual property rights. I take a ruler and I go, okay, that's half an inch that way, that's half an inch that way, and I want it to be an inch long. And I go into Tinkercad and I come in here and I make this attachment. I'm going to actually show you exactly what happened with Tom. I'm going to show you exactly what happened with Tom and why the creator is wrong. So I have just recreated the tip of the sword. Okay? That belongs to me. This belongs to the creator. That right there belongs to me. You just watched me create that. And I did not copy this. I created that on my own. And I decide I want to do this. So I decide to make that to put into this. So I get rid of this piece and I replace it with my own piece because I want to use that to be able to take this sword and stick it out and pick something up with it. Okay, so I create a little gripper claw to finish that. Now, this here on your screen is my part, my property rights, and my intellectual property rights. I can release this as open source, and I can release this for sale because this is mine. The creator of this sword does not own this. Just because that part is the same physical size and can fit in here does not confer rights to the creator of this because I created that. That's mine. That's what Tom did. Tom created a part on his own that was compatible with the MPCNC. And Tom released his part open source or commercial, which Tom is perfectly allowed to. It's his. The creator of this, or the creator of the MPCNC, was trying to take Tom's rights to his part from him and say that because it fits my machine, the same rules apply to your part as my part. And that is incorrect. That part's mine. I set the intellectual property right rules for that, not the MPCNC creator. And that's the problem Tom was having. Tom made a part to fit the MPCNC that Tom invented, that Tom designed, that Tom created a license for, and the original author didn't like that. Too bad. That's not his right. He didn't make that part. Tom made that part. The MPCNC creator was trying to imply that because that part derived any kind of detail from this part, that part also belonged to him and also came under the same license. Now, Tom chose to abandon that because he didn't need the grief. He didn't need the trouble. But the MPCNC author was wrong. That's right. It's not a derivative work. It's not a derivative work. That's not how it works. You can't own basic shapes. I'm running into the same problem with Elderwood. I'm making you sweaty. I'm running into the same problem with Elderwood games. You don't own basic shapes. You only own unique shapes. Okay? This is a unique shape. The author of the sword can own this unique shape. He cannot own this shape. It's a goddamn cylinder with a curved end. He doesn't own it. It's not a matter of mutual respect. If I make a part that fits this, that part is mine. I can release that part under any license I want. And the original author has no right to dictate what I do with my own design. No problem, Dr. Jekyll. You have a great day. So that's what's happening with Elderwood Games. Elderwood Games took a generic shape, the circle, okay? And they're trying to claim that they own that arrangement of hexagons, right? Well, they're not allowed to. They can't own the hexagon. They can't own a natural tessellation of a hexagon. You're not allowed to claim ownership to basic shapes. Okay, basic shapes are for everybody to use. Anybody can use a hexagon. Anybody can use a circle. Anybody can use a square or a cube. Anybody can make something that collapses. Okay, now a collapsing sword is unique. At one point, this was probably patented. That patent is now expired. Now anybody can make a collapsing sword. If I go into Tinkercad and draw something like this, I own it. It's my version of it. It's not a derivative. It's not an iteration. I designed it. Now, if I import this STL and add some details to it, that's a derivative. But if I draw this from whole cloth out of my own imagination, just on what I remember from this, this probably would not be a design patent. It's probably not distinctive enough. This is basically a leather-wrapped handle, so it probably would not comply. No, we didn't win. We have filed our opposition. So now we wait for them to respond to the opposition, and then the USPTO judges, I guess. Ryan was trying to claim that because the piece fit his machine, that he owned control over the license for it. That he could dictate to Tom that he could not release it open source and he could not sell it. He basically wanted complete control over anything to do with the machine, even if he didn't make it. He was trying to say that because I made this part on your screen to fit this sword, that the sword owner owns the part that I made. Well, that's not true. I own that part. The sword owner owns the intellectual property rights to this part. Copyright is IP. There's no difference. Copyright is IP. Weather here is fantastic, although it's really windy. Oh, the wind seems to stop now. So there is no under copyright or IP. It's the same thing. He doesn't have a right to ask him to respect his business model. That's not mutual respect. That's tyranny. You have no right to make me match your business model from my inventions. Correct. Copyright does not cover mechanical components. That's why Elderwood could not get a patent. They couldn't get a patent because people have been making hexagon tessellations for 100 years. Yeah, copyright is a subset of IP. Correct. Correct. And as long as your original part doesn't violate the original patent, you're okay. Correct. You have the right to ask. And Tom has the right to say, no, I invented this part. You don't control how I do it. Correct. I've done that. MechG released model rockets. I would like to print those model rockets and sell them as flying rocket kits. Now, technically, I don't have to ask. He released them with a no commercial restriction. But I respect people's IP rights, and I respect people's rights in general. So I asked permission anyway. I explicitly asked permission. I says, Mike, can I sell rocket kits of these models? And he said, yes, you can sell them. So that's legal. You could do the same thing with an STL file. If you want to create a compilation CD, you want to sell that CD, if you get permission, you can do that. You can ask them, hey, can I sell this file? And that's perfectly legal. If the file has no commercial restriction, you don't even have to ask permission. Let me give you an example. Let's see here. Let's see this one here. Where is it? Here we go. Creative Commons Attribution License. Okay? So I can print this out and sell it. It's perfectly legal. As long as I give attribution to the original author, I can sell this. All right? Now, me personally, I'm going to ask him first. I'm going to send him and say, I noticed your file doesn't have any commercial restrictions. I'd like to sell finished prints of this. Are you okay with me doing that? And if he tells me no, even though this says yes, I'm going to respect his wishes and not sell it. Correct. I agree, I Heart 3D Printing. Yeah, she's having fun with her thing in there. Now, I can also sell this STL file. If I want to create a compilation CD with 1,000 STLs on it that I find interesting, I can sell it because there's no commercial restriction here. The license permits commercial usage. However, if I go to something like this, as you can see here, non-commercial license. Okay? That means I can't sell the STL, and I also can't make it a business of selling the finished product. I can sell an Adelinda. If I print an Adelinda, it's sitting on my shelf, it's my personal property, and someone says, I'll give you $100 for it. That's legal. If I print another one, and someone says, I'll give you $100 for it, still legal. If I keep printing them and keep selling them, I am now commercially using that product. This license says I cannot do that. If I make a compilation CD and I want to fill it with STLs, this license says I cannot do that. So in order to do that, I would have to get explicit permission from Louis Driggers to do that. Because once I go to give it away to somebody else, it's no longer personal property rights. Now I'm going outside the scope of my personal property rights into intellectual property rights. Now you need permission. Some of them give you permission, but I would still ask anyway, just because that's not required by law. Their license says commercial usage is allowed, but it's good etiquette. You're being a good community member by getting explicit permission. So I prefer to get explicit permission. I don't have to, but I choose to. Oh, here it is. Here's the guy with the sword. So 3D printing world. So this here has non-commercial, okay? But if I make my own tip for this sword, I can sell that sword and he can't tell me not to. Because that tip I make belongs to me, not him. It's not his, it's mine. And that's what was happening with Tom. That does not violate their property rights, but it could violate their intellectual property rights. I was actually going to get to that in a minute. Let's say you are Geordie LaForge on the Enterprise, okay? And you come down to Earth, and you see an apple tree on somebody's property, and you reach up and you take an apple and you eat it. Have you done anything wrong? Well, yes. you have now deprived the rightful owner of that apple of that apple. All right? That's not yours to take. It's his apple. You could ask him, hey, mister, may I have an apple? If he says yes, you can have the apple. Correct. I can sell the tip that I designed. Now, if I use his STL file to make my tip, I could still be violating, because this here says Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial. No, I wouldn't be. If it said no derivatives or share alike, then I couldn't sell it. I could give it away, but I couldn't sell it. This does not say that. So as long as I do not sell his original item, as long as I made it, I can sell it. I can sell it as an upgrade to his sword. I cannot sell the whole sword, not unless I make my own. I don't know. I don't know if I made a stack of the European. I'll have to check. But if you watch my video from last week, I show you how to make it very easily. So it depends. When it's your own property, license doesn't matter. It's your property. That license is not supposed to be there to infringe your personal property rights. That's not what licenses are supposed to be for. The license is supposed to control your infringement of their intellectual property rights. So it's supposed to say, hey, it's yours, do with it as you please, but if you go to give it to somebody else, you got to abide by our terms, because it's our intellectual property rights. Well, they shouldn't be there. And if I see one, I report it. Oh, here, get back to this example. I downloaded and printed this. I had no right to do that. I did not know that the person who uploaded this to Thingiverse did not make it. Inspire 3D made it. Okay? I had plans to make more of these. I can't do that. I had to first ask permission, because once I recognized that I had this file incorrectly, I no longer had a moral right to make any more copies of this file. So I asked Inspire 3D. I said, hey, I found out, you confirmed this is your file. I'm not a member of your Patreon. I was going to make more of these. Are you okay with that? He said yes. Now that he said yes, I can make more copies of this, even though I did not get it lawfully. I now have it lawfully because he gave me permission. Disney only owns Baby Yoda if they have a design patent on it, which is unlikely for them to have. It's probably not distinctive enough for them to own a right. There are too many other alien critters that look like Yodas. So they probably do not have an exclusive right to that. They can have an exclusive right to the name Yoda. Okay, that could be their term. They could have a trademark for that. Well, because I respect the intellectual property rights of these authors. This is how they make a living. Okay? That's why, that's why I say, if you download something with no intention of actually owning it, you should be asking yourself, why am I doing this, and is this morally okay? All right, you should be asking yourself that, because your morals are questionable if you do that. Too generic. See, they didn't copy Yoda. Inspire 3D made that himself. It's like you making a person in ZBrush, and it looks like someone else. Well, it has to be distinctive enough for them to be able to exert ownership rights over that. It depends. If the model is distinctive enough that they got a sculptural copyright or a design copyright on it, they could say you can't do that. It could also be because you're using certain words they own a trademark to. For example, Lego bricks. The patent's expired. That's it. Lego bricks are now public domain. But you can't use the Lego name or logo without permission, because that is a trademarked name. They own the rights to the name Lego. So you can't call them Lego bricks. Now you can say Lego compatible, will fit on Legos. You can do that. That's legal. but you can't call them Lego bricks. You can make the bricks, but you can't call them Lego bricks. Probably, but he made it from scratch. This would be like you going outside, seeing something, coming home and drawing it. Well, you own that drawing. That drawing is yours. The stuff you make is yours. Now, it is possible for stuff you make to violate intellectual property rights because you're creating a connection. It's like, for example, Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers owns the trade dress for that logo there. Okay? Can I get that to focus? Oh, there we go. There we go. Warner Brothers owns that logo. Okay? So you can make a shield, you can make a WB, but when you put it together in that configuration, you're infringing their trade dress. Okay? The reason for that is people will now think you're part of them. So most of the time, trade dress is industry dependent. So your limited use of that trade dress is designed. No, the original author went too far. I met him too. He seemed nice to me. But the author was wrong. The author has no right to exert ownership over other people's property. And he also was not petty and pedantic. He let it go. He dropped it. He dropped the whole issue. So Warner Brothers owns this logo. Okay? Now, I can use a similar logo in a different industry as long as there's no confusion. Okay? Now, trademarks can acquire what's called special status, where the trademark is so special and so distinctive. That's right, one video. And he has a right to, because he was right and the other guy was wrong. So he made one video and he let it go. Exactly. No different. Or you making an accessory to fit your Ford car, and Ford saying they own your accessory because it fits a Ford car. Maybe not so much imposing his view, but just disagreeing. People can disagree, and right or wrong, they have a right to disagree as long as they're civilized about it. And I Heart 3D Printing is being perfectly civilized. Correct. You can't use their trademark. You got to be careful when you roll the dice in a gray area. You got to make sure you follow the rules, because the other company, right or wrong, is going to try to nail you to the wall. Rights always circumvent social norms. Social norms are secondary to rights. Rights are primary. Social norms are subjective. Rights are absolute. When it comes to between rights and social norms lose every time. You're correct. You should not be mean. Like I said, you have a right to be an asshole. I don't have to like it. Tom chose to let it go. He made his point. He has a right to, because Tom was being attacked. He was being infringed. His rights were being violated. He has a right to vent about that. Say, hey, this is wrong. I made this. He doesn't have a right to my stuff. Now, being petty and pedantic would be going on and on and on and on. Next week saying, yeah, he's still violating my rights about that part, making an update video. That would be pedantic and assholish. Tom did the right thing, the very civilized thing. He made one single video, expressed his opinion, said what he was going to do, and then he dropped it. That you can't handle it a better way than that. Yeah, no shit. Well, that's the sign I've been trying to tell people, is that most of this stuff that these governors are doing are illegal. They're not allowed to do this. Stay-at-home orders are not constitutional. The last time I checked, the First Amendment doesn't say shall make no law except during emergency. In fact, the bigger the emergency, the more important the rights. Because during an emergency is when you see whether you actually have those rights or not. That's just the way some people are. I like that. That's just the way some people are. They're very protective. That's what happens with Simplify 3D. Okay, one of their people got a hard on for, oh, how dare them torrent our software, and they applied this stupid stringent DRM, but the DRM only affects lawful users. It's like gun control. It only affects lawful users. The only people DRM hurts is the people who are paying you money, because they're the only ones who are going to respect it. Well, okay. This is so hard to explain to people. It doesn't matter if they're trying to save lives. That's not their authority. It doesn't matter. Trump will probably win a second term. God help us all. No, stay away from modern politics. Rights are absolute. If the rights aren't absolute, they don't exist. Exactly. It's a privilege. If you could turn off a right, it's a privilege. S3D has DRM now. You have to activate the software, and now it's not hyper intrusive DRM, but the very first time you install it, it actually goes to the Simplify server and checks to see if you're using it on another computer, and you have to log that. Now after that, there's no more internet connection required. It'll work forever. But when you go to use it on another machine, it's going to say, now technically I can get around that. I could activate a license, then go on the website and deactivate the license, and then install it on another computer. But now when I update the software, I got to go through that whole process all over again. It's a pain in the ass. It's a stupid, pedantic process. The government has no right to order me to stay home. Governments have, well, correction, United States governments have no rights. Governments have duties. We dictate to the government, you shall do this, you shall not do this. The source of power in the United States is supposed to be the people. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's encroachment of my rights for no valid purpose. The government has no right to tell business to close. Thank you, iHeart 3D Printing. Try to use PayPal, guys. I get all the money that way. When you, if, for example, iHeart 3D, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Do not take this as me complaining. But $26 by YouTube means I get $18.20. $26 by PayPal means I get $25.22. Because YouTube takes 30% of the money you guys send by YouTube. Well, if you use PayPal, they only take 3%. Now, if you're in another country, PayPal might take more for their fees, the exchange rates and stuff like that. I am. I'm absolutely learning Fusion 360. But you guys asked me to make these instructional videos for Tinkercad. At least 2 or 3 of you sent me requests saying, hey, can you show me how to do this? Can you show me how to do this? So I saved up those requests, and that's why I made this video. And that's why I'm saving timestamps so that you can get back to those parts easy enough. Yeah, YouTube is very greedy in that regard. Oh, that's fine. If you're doing that, that's great. But I just let people know so they know, the difference. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. I have no complaints. My complaint is against YouTube, not you guys. But hey, we got a PayPal. Richard Nayrings, $25. V Rich, thank you so much, buddy. You rock. I mean that. Without you guys, I couldn't be here. Without you guys, I would have lost my home a long time ago, and there'd be no today's 3D print. There'd be no YouTube channel. I'd be living out of a car somewhere. Fusion 360 has a very large learning curve, and also it's hard to do simple things in Fusion 360. Not really hard, but it's easier in Tinkercad. If I need to make a little box, I'm just not going to use Fusion 360. Tinkercad's just so easy. I could be in Tinkercad, make the box, and be done before I finish making the basic shapes in Fusion 360. It's just so easy. For complex stuff, oh yes, please learn Fusion 360. It's amazing software. For complex stuff, yes, it can get very convoluted to do complex things in Tinkercad, where those complex things are much easier in Fusion 360. But for this kind of stuff is just easier in Tinkercad. You guys can't see that. This kind of stuff is easier in Tinkercad. Now, see, now that's complex. Now you have an advantage to using Fusion 360. But if you don't need that stuff, you know, Tinkercad's very intuitive because it's a very visual medium. Fusion 360 is more of an engineering medium. I used to use AutoCAD. I used AutoCAD 11 and AutoCAD 12 long time ago in high school when I was doing drafting class. So I lost track of thought. What were we talking about? Oh, the Constitution and crap. Well, Fusion's free if you're making less than a certain amount of money. If you're making less than a certain amount of money, it's considered hobbyist and it's free. AutoCAD, yes, AutoCAD was $3,000 20 years ago. So probably still a lot now. Yes, that 64 polygon limit is annoying. That 64 polygon limit is very annoying. Like that nice curved rocket I made, impossible to do that effectively in Tinkercad. Can't do it. There's no easy way to do that in Tinkercad. But Fusion 360, he did it one night. That's amazing. It's mind blowing. Now this is hard to explain to people because oh no, AutoCAD 11 or 12 is strictly blueprint. There's no 3D. This is not about what the right thing to do and the wrong thing to do is. This is about what they are permitted to do. Okay? The Constitution is created by the people, and it is a contract with the government. We say, we would like you to do these things. Here are your orders. Do as you're told. Do this, do this, do this. You may not do this. You may not do this. You cannot infringe with this, and you can't fuck with this. That's what the Constitution is. If you're in another country, you might have difficulty understanding this. Because, for example, in the UK, it's a monarchy. Okay? You have a king or a queen. All power is derived from the queen. And the queen tells you what you may or may not do. That's the kind of culture you have. That's the kind of government you have. You don't have rights in the UK. You have privileges granted by the crown. They can take those away anytime they wish legally. Okay? Anybody can take any right away. If I put a gun to your head, I can say, give me your wallet or I'm going to make art on that wall behind you with your brain. Here in this country, that's not the way our law works. It's not the way it's supposed to work. That's the way it's heading, but it's not the way it's supposed to work. In this country, we, the people, tell you, the government, what you can and can't do. And we, the people, have said the right to speech, religion, and peaceable assembly and travel shall not be infringed. End of discussion. That's it. You have no right to tell me where I can and cannot go that I am otherwise permitted to go. I mean, obviously, I have no right to go onto your property because you own that property. You have no right to come onto my property because I own this property. Yeah, no shit. They would love nothing better than to shred the Constitution. Well, they're enforcing these laws. Now, the government telling me we should social distance is perfectly okay. The government telling me we should try to stay home, perfectly okay. The government saying we should wear masks, perfectly okay. Okay, the government saying please wash your hands, perfectly okay. That's the job. No, it clearly does. We just choose not to. They have no right to close businesses. They have no right to tell people to stay home. They have no right to tell people they can't be close together to each other. They have a right to suggest these things. No, they have not a right. They have an authority to suggest these things. They have an authority and a duty to encourage these things. But you do that with education. Right? You don't tell a third of the country to stay home and then say, oh, by the way, you're not making any income. Fuck you. Yeah, it would be a very different place if we enforced the Constitution. Now keep in mind, now people say, oh, you don't care about other people's lives? I was like, I stay home. I wear a mask. I social distance. I don't do these things because of a fiat decree from a governor who has no right to order me to do those things. I do these things because I'm an intelligent human being and a good citizen and community member, and it's the right thing to do. That's why I do these things. They don't have a right to order me to do it. The limit of their authority is to do what they're supposed to do. Collect the data from doctors and scientists and say, citizens, this is what you should be doing. And then you let the citizens do it. Well, the government has responsibilities, the citizens have rights. Now, of course, you can be impacted legally if you irresponsibly do things with your rights. All right? You can't be put in jail for leaving your home. But if you are knowingly sick and you go out in a crowd of other people to church, that's being irresponsible. Now, if the government can prove you're sick, that's probable cause. They can then order you to quarantine because the government does have a duty to protect the people around you, but they have to have probable cause. They can't just decree it. Okay? They can't just say the whole country is on house arrest. All right, you've just seized my person without due process and without probable cause. And a virus that is going to kill less than 1/2 of 1% of the population is not a large enough threat. All right, that's not like, you can't do that. It's not the way it works. What are you going to do? Lock down the country every fall when flu season starts? Really? That's not the way it's supposed to work. In the UK, they can order you to stay home because the crown has the power. Here, they're not supposed to be able to do that. I mean, do you know the reason we're having so much problem with coronavirus? Because they gave us bad information. We finished the Tinkercad, and we did all this. And now we're just talking. No, I don't know. The virus is not going to kill more than that. It's going to come out to about 1/2 of 1%. You mark my words. It's going to come out to 1/2 of 1%. I'm going to blow my nose again. Yes, he is, but our whole government's an idiot. I'd like to see the CDC and the WHO heads brought up on charges of murder. If the head of the, if I were the president, I would be ordering the attorney general to investigate the head of the CDC for murder charges. Yes, yes, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I mean, attempted murder might be a stretch, but maybe negligent homicide if somebody actually died. It is 0.5% proven. It's a fact. All right. If you check countries, now keep in mind, if your country is not properly handling this, it could be higher. Okay. But if you check countries that are properly handling it and you actually compare it to the population, it's less than 0.5%. The only reason it's so high right now is because we're not counting everybody. All right, let me give you an example. You have 1,000 people, okay? You infect 1,000 people with coronavirus. One person dies, right? What's your mortality rate? It's 0.01%. Yeah, I want to investigate a Big Mac. Big Macs used to be a lot better. Now they suck. They're small, they're dinky, they're dry. They're just not as good anymore. These are pretty good though. It's if you infect 1,000 people and one person dies, the mortality rate is 0.01%. Now, if you infect 1,000 people but you only test 100 people, people are going to say, well, your mortality rate is 1% because 1 in 100 died. Okay? No. 1,000 people were infected. You just didn't test the other 900. Right? How many cases of COVID-19 are there in New Mexico? 2,072. Wrong. 2,074 at minimum because I had it and Michelle had it. But we're not part of that 2,072 number. Okay? We're not part of it because we never got tested. Now, if we actually do an antibody test on everybody in the world a year from now, we're going to find out a huge number of people got this virus and never got sick. They're not being counted. It's going to be 0.5%. Now, what makes this virus so dangerous is how quickly that 0.5% died. Okay? Because it's fast. I'm not wrong. Other countries are now showing that 50 to 75% of the people infected with COVID-19 are asymptomatic. And those people are not being counted in the mortality rate because they're not being tested. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's bad for MS. New Jersey, 18 grand a person. What's that? Not per capita. We don't know the per capita. We have no idea because we're not testing everybody. Let's see. So here we go. Worldometers.info. There's currently 2.6 million cases of coronavirus, 183,000 deaths, 716,000 recovered. The problem is 2.6 million cases is wrong. There's more than 2.6 million infections just in the United States. That's worldwide. Okay? I guarantee you, I will bet the rest of my income from this channel forever. I'll bet everything I own. 30% of the United States already has COVID-19. 30% has it or already had it. We just don't know it because they're not sick. Okay? Because 2,629,000 is how many people we've tested, not how many people have it. Worldwide, it's going to be less than 1%. You mark my words. You come back a year from now and let's talk about this. Yep, I put it right on the credit card. I didn't touch a penny. I put it right on the credit card. Now, don't get me wrong. Coronavirus is dangerous. It's very dangerous because it's extremely communicable. It is so stupidly easy to spread it from person to person. It's almost like the damn thing just jumps from person to person. Yeah, that's him right here. He's a good boy. They measure communicability of these diseases. Yeah, but that's based on projections of confirmed cases. What I'm saying is their projections are wrong. I'm saying a lot more people are infected. Yes, absolutely. More than that. I'm saying 100 million. Do you know how many people? Go look online. How many people are talking about how they went to the doctor in October, November, December, January because they had the flu. But when the doctor tested them, it came back negative. Guess what? You had COVID-19. No, I'm not printing any of them. I try not to run printers during streams because of the noise. The current confirmed numbers for people who are asymptomatic. This is coming from countries that have done mass testing. You know, South Korea, Taiwan, stuff like that. Countries that have done mass testing. 50 to 75% of cases are asymptomatic. This information is not from America. You can't use America as a metric here because we're handling this like shit. We're doing horribly handling this. Go talk to other countries. Let's see, by country. Here's South Korea. So South Korea has 10,694 total cases. And they've had, what, 231 deaths? Yeah. 238 deaths. So what's that come to? Because South Korea is a country that's handling it properly. So 10694 divided by 100, that's 106 per. So we take 238 divided by 106. So the current mortality rate of confirmed cases in South Korea is 2.24%. If we assume the 50 to 75% of cases are asymptomatic, which is being confirmed by other countries, okay? That's a number that's not coming from the US. That's a country, that's a number that your other countries are telling us that we're discovering that 50 to 75% of people are asymptomatic, okay? So even if we just assume a 2-to-1 ratio, that means the actual mortality rate in South Korea is 1.12%. And that assumes you got everybody. And in reality, the United States is actually proving not that fatal for coronavirus. I mean, you look at our numbers and go, oh my God, your numbers are huge. But you got to remember, the United States is the size of fucking Europe. Okay? You don't compare the United States to Spain or Italy or France. You compare the United States to an equal number of people. So if you take the number of nations in Europe that come to 327 million people, we're at the bottom of the list. Not the top. Okay? I mean, Spain is like the size of New York. All right? So No, there isn't. Yes, there is actually. You do an antibody test. If they had the antibodies, that means they had the virus and they beat it. Okay? That's the test. When this is all done, you do antibody testing on everybody. Then you get your real mortality rate, and it'll be less than 1%. I think it'll be less than 0.5%, but it'll probably be more like less than 1%. Exactly. That's the problem. With this mortality rate is being compared to confirmed cases, people who test positive. No children have died yet? Like none? There's no exceptions? Population of Spain is 1/7 the population of the United States. You would have to duplicate Spain 7 times to equal the United States. Yeah, I know there's a 30% failure rate. Oh, they found out the test was bad? I mean, I know the virus doesn't prefer children, but I find it hard to believe no one has died. There you go, 5-year-old. That sucks. There's 327 million in the U.S. Eventually, yes. No healthy children, okay. Wow. Well, that's easy. Actually, it's easier if I use my phone. I can do that here. 327000. Nah, come on. Do what I say. 327000. Why is this not working? So 3270. It'd be easier just to do this. Divided by 100 is 3.27 million. And we've had what? 200 some odd thousand cases? Or deaths? Oh no, 47,000. So I don't know how. I'm not going to sit there and do the per capita. I don't know how to do that. It's tiny. You can't really compare it per capita because a lot of people aren't going to be infected. Yes, I'm trying to tie up a ponytail so I never have to get a haircut ever again. I hate haircuts. Yeah, Spain is obviously not handling this well. That sucks, man. I can't. I get. See these spots here? See how it's discolored there? See that there? That's psoriasis. And if I let hair grow on my face, those become like clumps of skin. It's nasty. Yeah, I'm looking at something like that right now. If you compare the U.S. to Europe, Europe has 1.1 million cases, 111,000 deaths, while America has 844,000 cases and 47,000 deaths. Mm-hmm. So I made that expanding sword with the resin printer. Came out real nice. Now, see, there's where the coronavirus becomes dangerous. Okay? The actual mortality rate for coronavirus is going to depend on your hospitalization system. So most of the deaths are going to be a result of, if it gets bad, most of the deaths are going to be a result of inadequate care. So most of the people who died of the Spanish flu didn't die because the Spanish flu killed them. They died because they couldn't get medical care. A lot less would have died if they got medical care. That's the whole purpose of social distancing, occupancy limits, wearing masks, washing your hands. The whole reason for that is not to stop the virus. You cannot stop the virus. You can't. There's nothing you can do to stop the virus. What we can do is spread it out over a larger time span so that it doesn't hit our doctors and nurses so hard. And if we can spread it out so it doesn't hit the doctors and nurses so hard, less people will die. That's the whole point of flattening the curve. That's the whole point of that, is to not stop it. It's to spread it out so our medical system can handle it. Because if you overwhelm your medical system, that's when the body bags are going to really start adding up. And that's bad. Okay? You can't stop it. It's a virus. We do not have the technological means to stop a virus. We don't know how to. The closest we can come to stopping a virus is to make a vaccine. Exactly. The more we can spread it out, the more time we have to deal with it. Exactly. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad description. It's like a stab wound. Your chances of dying are pretty low as long as you get it taken care of. Now, there is a chance you can get it in the heart or the brain and you're dead. Same thing with the virus. Some people, it doesn't matter what medical care they get, they're going to die. Okay? Exactly. There's always that, there's that percentage where you're dying no matter what. But in general, the mortality rate for this virus is not very high. What is high is its communicability. They in the virology department, they call that the R0. For example, the R0 for the flu is 1.3. So you have to come into contact with 3 other people to infect one of them. Exactly, because now you have triage. And if you have 1 million people get stabbed and you have 1 million doctors, the survival rate's going to be high. If you got 2 million people that get stabbed with 500,000 doctors, you're in deep shit. The R0 for coronavirus, they don't know what exactly it is yet, but what I've been reading is that it's like between 6.5 and 7. So it's not as bad as measles, but it's up there, which means it's very, 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 very easy to transfer this virus from person to person. Now, I thought it was like 6. I thought it was really high. Where was the number? I know they originally thought it was around 3, but now they're discovering it's much higher than that. They're discovering that it's more like 6.5 or 7, I thought. Yeah, see, the R0 for measles is 12 to 18, while the R0 for corona is like 6.5, 7 at current estimates. It says here influenza has actually got an R0 of 2 to 3. So the problem with corona is not how deadly it is. The problem with corona is how easy it can be transferred from person to person. So even though we're going to lose more people to flu this year than coronavirus, most likely, that could change. We will probably lose more people to flu than coronavirus. We're going to lose the people to coronavirus very quickly in a very small space of time, which makes it a lot harder to deal with. Well, yes, a lot of this equipment that we send to hospitals is one-time use. And now they are reusing them. Some of them are cleaning them and reusing them, but they can only reuse them so many times before they just say, okay, not worth it, throw it away. And the high incubation, yes, that's what they're discovering is the big problem. And that's why It's so criminal what the CDC and WHO did when they told everybody, oh, it's just a bad flu. Oh, masks don't work. I mean, they just committed murder. They just murdered thousands of people because now we are fighting our own people to do the things they need to do because we've been telling them for months it's no big deal. So when you give a population that conflicting information, they start to say, well, if you were wrong before, you're wrong now. Why should I believe you now? Okay? So we have to backpedal and fight all that bad information. Yeah, 2 weeks is massive. Yes, it has gotten some younger people, but as a percentage, they're pretty safe. You can't boil them. And that's what scares me too, the risk to the elderly, because we have a huge elderly population here in Edgewood. And I'm really worried about it. If that thing takes off here, we're going to see a lot of dead bodies. And now here's the other question you have to ask you. Now, see, this is what drives me nuts sometimes. It's like they say, well, if you don't care about this killing people, you're a bad person. But it's perfectly okay not to care about this thing killing people, even though this thing kills more. Economic recession is lethal. It kills people. Okay? When people become homeless, when people don't have medical care, when people lose their jobs, that's lethal. It kills people. If the economic damage kills more people than the virus, then you're actually killing more people by trying to slow down the virus. Meaning the economic damage might actually end up killing more people than the virus does. That's why you need to balance it. Okay? Yes, we need to slow it down. Yes, we need to social distance. Yes, we need to wear masks. Yes, we need to wash hands. But if you shut down a country too long, you're going to kill more people with the cure. Okay? Do you know how many nobody getting out of here alive, that's for sure. That's not capitalism. It's cronyism. Right? Cronyism and corporatism is not capitalism. It's almost like I don't know. It's like, don't give them that medicine because that medicine kills 1% of the people you give it to, but the virus is killing 10%. Well, then take your chances with the 1% versus the 10%. It's the same thing here. The problem is we didn't make a fine line. We made a knee-jerk reaction and just shut everything down. I support these people going to protests about these shutdowns. What I don't support is these morons going to these protests without masks. It's like, come on, put a goddamn mask on. You're a giant group of people. At least wear masks. I mean, come on. No, that's not the trolley problem. The trolley problem is a farce. The trolley problem is bullshit. Yeah, look how many people the Dust Bowl depression killed. Okay? You want to see those death rates here? You might be better off with your chances with the virus. Well, the other problem is the virus gives us hard numbers. We've got bodies and body bags with a sticker that says coronavirus killed this person. When people start dying from the economic damage, there's no sticker that says died because of economy. All right, so it's harder for us to visualize those numbers. Yeah, the trolley problem is complete bullshit. Get that crow. Be careful. Crows are smart and they hold a grudge too. They actually have cases where crows have come back to a scene where a crow was killed. And they actually investigate the scene. The crows actually try to figure out what killed the bird. I mean, those are smart motherfrickers, man. They are very smart. Big Mac mask. There you go. The trolley problem says You have a train coming down the track. There's a fork in the track. Okay, the train's going straight. If the train goes straight, it's going to kill this group of people. Now, if the train takes the fork, it's going to kill this group of people. So first, you've created a false dichotomy. You've said no matter what, you're killing a group of people. Okay, so you can either let the train go straight and kill that group of people, or you can pull the lever and make the train turn and kill that group of people. And what they do is they change what that group of people compromises for the trolley problem. The problem is it's bullshit, because the only correct answer to the trolley problem is to do nothing. Because if you do anything, you're a murderer. Okay? If you do nothing, it's an accident. It's like one was like an infant and one was an old person or something like that. It's different every time they do it. It's two different groups. One is a single individual and one is a group of people. Okay? The only morally correct answer is to do nothing. Because one of those groups... Okay. Actually, I can draw this.
She was in a nursing home, Chris.
Yeah.
When she got it.
Okay, let's get all this moved out of the way. So, you have one person here, and you have a group of people here. Okay? So you can... Oh, okay, I could do this. I never actually used this before, so this is my first time using this. Boy, it made it awfully tiny. So this is essentially the trolley problem. So you are on a train here. You can go straight and kill one person, or actually I think it's the other way around. I think it's the group of people here, single person here. So you go straight, you kill 3 people. No, it is not morally correct. It's murder. Right? You can go left and kill the one person. Okay? So the trolley problem is, do you let the train continue forward and kill the one person? Let me zoom in so you guys can see this. Do you let the train go forward and kill one person, or do you tell the train to turn and kill the one person? Okay? The problem is, if you do nothing, then you have no moral responsibility. Because the group of 3 people is already dead. You can't save them. They're already dead. Okay? It's already happened. Because the only way the trolley problem can happen is if you're a time traveler. Only a time traveler can have the trolley problem. Okay? So, you're a time traveler. You go back and you jump on this train and you're at the switch. You can reach up and go flick the switch and kill the one person, or let it go and kill the 3 people. The 3 people are already dead. So you would be bringing them back to life. Great. You brought 3 people back to life. But you murdered the one guy. You murdered him. You didn't murder the 3 people because they were already dead. But now you're choosing to murder the one guy. That's murder. If you take an action that kills someone and you know in advance taking that action will kill them and you don't have justification for it, it's murder. But if you let something happen that you had no control of, that was already going to happen, that's not murder. That's an accident. Now, the reality is, in real life, without a time traveler, you would never know about the single guy. You would flip the switch to save the 3 people, and you would accidentally kill the one guy. Because you would have no way of knowing the one guy was there. If you did know the one guy was there, the only correct choice is to do nothing. Because if you take an action, you're committing murder. Now, if the one guy flips the switch, If the one guy chooses to sacrifice himself to save the three, that's okay, because that's his choice. If I choose to step in front of the car to push the child out of the way, and that kills me, I chose to do that. But no one else has a right to sacrifice me for someone else. You don't have that right. The trolley problem is bullshit. What's that? Slickety splack? No, that's not my opinion. That's a fact. That's a logical fact of the universe. You don't have a right to take someone else's life. That's a good point. That's why I'm saying the trolley problem is bullshit. It's a false dichotomy. It's bullshit. Right? You don't have a right to take someone's life. Right? You may have a justification, but you don't have a right. If you're threatening to kill me and I kill you to stop you from killing me, or I kill you to stop you from killing someone else, that's wrong. I don't have a right to take a life, but I can justify it. There's a difference between right and justify. No, the action equals murder, inaction equals the event was already happening. Now, inaction can be immoral if there are no or minor consequences to acting. So if I flip the track to save the people and oops, the train goes off a track and I kill everybody on the train, well, I made a morally correct choice that had unknown, unintended consequences. Those consequences suck, but they were not intentional. I did not say, I'm going to kill everybody on this train in order to save those three people. Okay? But in the trolley problem, you are made to choose inaction or murder. And I'm sorry, I'm going to take inaction every time, no matter how many people it kills, because I don't have the right to play God. I don't have the right to say, sorry, bud, your life is forfeit because I want to save these three people. I don't have that right. Yeah, I can get those. Hi. That's why I told you.
Get the mail today, Chris?
Yeah.
22.
Okay. Let's turn on the light.
You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Decide to point the tails. Instead of leaving them on the stove like that.
Itty bitty cat bus. Teeny tiny cat bus.
Here comes a cat, and you just said cat.
Cat bus, cat bus.
You looked right at you, too. Oh, it's your uncle.
Okay.
Goofball today. Makes he's in a good mood.
But see, I don't know that. And I don't have a right to kill you to save me either. Unless you're the reason for me dying. Let's see. Let's go to selfie. And let's get this down here so you guys can see these. So this is the Notre Dame.
Hi, baby.
And this is printed at 0.2 millimeters. This is not even printed high resolution. So you can actually see the layer line. See the layer lines in the roof there? The Kobayashi Maru is a no-win scenario. It's where the game is rigged so you can't win it. Which is also bullshit. So that's my little door grabber thing. The benchy came out super clean. I'm amazed it came out this clean at 0.2 millimeters. This little hingy part came out really sweet too. And again, low resolution, 0.2 millimeters. Cat bus! Itty bitty cat bus!
He looked right at you too, Chris. And Nosy did.
Yeah, overhangs aren't a problem for resin, unless they're very large, where gravity comes into effect. Yeah, overhangs are easy.
He's not talking about you, baby. He's talking about his cat bus.
Here's that 3 skulls thing.
Got one outside. His bus is his cat bus.
There we go.
Sitting with his yellow cat bus. Right, Chris? You have your very own cat bus out back.
Optimus Prime Marvin. This is a model with support still attached. This is that skull stormtrooper. This always gets applied to self-driving cars, and the answer is very simple. You program the self-driving car to protect me at all costs. End of discussion. I won't get in a car that doesn't do anything else. If each car is programmed to protect themselves at all costs, that's what you want. Because the moment you tell the car to prefer one life over another life besides the owner, well, now you're going to have governments, insurance agencies, and doctors deciding who lives and who doesn't live. Fuck that. The solution is you tell the car to protect the occupant at all costs. There's the Yoda Marvin. Here's the Spartan Marvin. I like the Spartan Marvin. He's cute. And then the Groot Marvin. Come on.
I drop more.
Come on. Autofocus is being a pest. Why won't it focus?
Yeah, Chris, this bag can't close. Cat broke. Ender broke the bag. You hear me?
Why won't this focus?
Doesn't like you.
I know it can focus. There it goes. There we go. That little Groot Marvin. Yes, I'm using Cheeto Box. This is some kind of Demon King thing. You see the little tiny details?
He's like, what are you doing, Bobby? Beat up, kitty?
Yeah, I know. It's a little hard for me to do from this angle, though.
Want to get beat up?
This is the Zombie Hunter.
No? Good. Could be a good boy.
There we go.
You want to get beat up?
Come on.
You want to get beat
The
up?
problem is it's not focusing on my hand. There we go.
You want to get beat up, no? Stop messing with your uncle's stuff. And you won't get beat up.
This is the 5 element stones. You can even see the little cracks in the stone that are actually supposed to be there. These would be a lot better printed at lower resolution, at lower layer height, like a 0.05. And then the Dragon capsule, it's going to launch next month.
Hey, baby.
All the little details came out. Very impressive.
I hear you, Ender. I knew you were over there.
And Flexi Rex. He's all super flexy.
Hi.
And the flexi butterfly. Super flexy. You can roll him up. Very cool. I've so far been quite impressed with that printer. It's doing a nice job. Sixth Element. Yeah, it did a nice job. And every single print came out.
What?
Oh,
right here.
The sword didn't come out so great. Had fun trying to tear that thing apart. I lost the visor. I printed the Prusa visor on the resin, but I lost it. It fell on the floor and I can't find it. Not that I'm aware of. You would have to create a curve and cut it out of the straight, but you can't bend an object. You can't bend something. The closest you're going to get to that maybe actually might be this.
What?
If you want a little more control, you can create a ring shape that has a spline function. So for example, you could do something like this, and then you can actually modify different aspects of it. And what you're changing here is actually the profile. So what you're changing is this profile here. See? I'm distorting and I'm making that profile change shape. So you can do things like that, but it's very low resolution. But to actually take a straight line and bend it, no. Tinkercad cannot do that. So you can't take this and bend it. There's no way to bend that. There's not really a best resin printer that I'm aware of. They're all very similar. Matter of fact, they all use basically the same LCD screen. So for all intents and purposes, they're virtually identical to each other. My favorite so far, I would like the features of the Orange 30 with the UI of the Eligo and the Photon, where I can change settings on the printer. I would like that. I also would like this printer with the Frozen Sonic Mini black and white screen. Probably your best bet, if you want to go fast, look at the Frozen Sonic Mini, especially if you're in Europe, because shipping won't be a big deal. Check out the Frozen Sonic Mini. It's $200 US, which is about 200 pounds. Actually, it's less than 200 pounds. It's $200 US. It's got a smaller, lower resolution screen, but you saw my prints. That really doesn't matter. You can bring in an SVG file. You can't bring in a JPEG. So if you convert your image to SVG, then yes. And then you really need it to be black and white at that point. But kind of. The advantage of the Frozen Sonic Mini is it's stupidly fast. I mean, like 2-3 times faster than these printers. You can print up to 0.3 layer height. It's got a black and white screen, so it's good for over 2,000 hours. Very nice machine. Yeah, you can do. Oh, actually, I guess that's 4:30. I gotta go, but let me show you that real quick. Well, I'll show you how I did one thing here. So somebody asked me to make a visor with the FVT logo and the this logo. Okay. I said that, yeah. So you got that logo, and I also have the braille for doing that. Well, there's a website you can go to.
I'm not doing nothing. Why do you keep looking at me?
Right here, called convertio.co. So you go to convertio.co and you convert your image, and you do other formats. You do all these formats. You convert it to SVG. Okay? Once you have it as an SVG, you can import that SVG into Tinkercad. Let me get all this stuff out of the way. So you can go import, choose file. Let's see, desktop. Where is my SVG files? There we go. So here's the FVT logo. There you go. So now I have that logo brought into 3D space. Let me shrink it down a bit so it's not so freaking huge. Okay. So now I can bring that logo in here and I can modify it in here. And I can also do the same thing with the braille that I made. Basically, I took a picture of the text on the screen, converted that to SVG, and then I can import that into here. There we go. Not a supported file type. Did I pick the wrong file? It's a PNG. That should work. Oh, wait, I have the SVG. Duh. It has to be an SVG. Where'd it go?
What? What's the bag?
List. Here we go.
Nothing in my hands. Nothing in my pockets. See?
So here I brought in the braille.
See? There's nothing in
And so now I can scale this, shorten it, to put actual braille on a 3D print. So a blind person could touch that and know what it is. Yeah, the combination of the any resin printer plus the Anycubic wash station is amazing. I love that wash station so much. There you go. So now I can add that. So for example, if I wanted to put a braille copy of this logo onto like this box.
He's watching me like, oh, I don't have anything, see?
So I can do that.
I don't have anything.
There we go. Rotate 90 degrees. Now I can add a braille logo to the box. There we go. Let's make it 2 millimeters tall. There we go. So now I can print that braille onto this box, and a blind person could touch that and feel it. 1 millimeter tall. There we go. So pretty cool what you can do, and you can do that with custom fonts too. So you can use a custom font in Tinkercad by simply doing it in something like Notepad. All right, let's go through the process real quick. Let's just do my name. So let's say I want to do this format font. What do we want to do? There we go. Let's do that. Let's make it a whole lot bigger. Format, font. Let's do bold. And let's do 300. There we go. Oh, that's not a very good font to do this with. Maybe just do regular bold. Yeah, that's not a good font. Let's do something different. Here we go. There we go. So let's say I want to do that as a custom font. Well, this is pretty easy. Enter down a couple times to get the cursor out of the way. Just do a print screen function. Print screen. Bring up our image editor. Edit, paste. Then we select that black and white portion. Okay. File. Save as. I don't think I can save it as an SVG from here, which is too bad. That would have been nice. So desktop, clipboard. Okay. We go over here to Convertio. We choose file. And we grab the clipboard, convert. There we go. SVG, download. Save. Then we come into Tinkercad. Import. Choose file. It's going to be under downloads, clipboard.svg. Clipboard SVG. Oh, it's too big. Holy shit. Okay. I was not expecting that. Let's do that. Okay, let me do that. I made it too big. Oh yeah, I made it way too big. There we go. So now I have that custom font brought into Tinkercad. And now I can do whatever I want with that here in Tinkercad. Make it bigger, make it thicker. You can scale it, whatever you want. Stretch it this way. It's pretty cool. So now I can add custom fonts inside Tinkercad to whatever I'm working with. It's pretty cool. So that is convertio.co. If anybody knows of a free program that I can do this without an internet connection, let me know. I checked. There is no SVG plugin for OpenView. It just doesn't exist. But if anybody knows of a free, simple, easy program that will convert a JPEG into a SVG, let me know. Alrighty, guys. It is 16:36. We are late. I will update this video after YouTube finishes processing it, and I will add all these timestamps. And then I'll also add a timestamp for the models, so if anybody who wants to see the models can see them. And I will see you guys next week. I'm hoping, no guarantee. I normally don't show this kind of thing because it's embarrassing, but I've almost got this mess cleaned up. So, as you can see, I'm getting rid of it. I now have a little furnace out back where I can take care of all this paper. Yeah, made a big cinder block furnace where I can burn stuff. And so I got rid of more paper in the last 2 days than I've gotten rid of in the last 2 months. So I hope to have my new lab bench set up in the next week or two. And next week we are going to work on something new from Ortur. You know the Ortur laser? You know the laser from Ortur? Well, they have another one. It's a little bit bigger. I think it's letter sized. And instead of a laser, it has a plotter marker pen. So it's a drawing machine. You can actually draw. I was like, cool. So we'll be playing with that next week. And that is it. Thank you so much to everybody who's donated. I appreciate it more than you can know. Without this, I couldn't do this. I got another PayPal. Let me give a shout out to Alex. $5 on PayPal. Don't worry, Alex. I totally understand. You take care of you first. You guys can't you patrons? That's fine. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Alex, for that. And thank you once again to Richard for the 25 and David for the 20, as well as the people who donated here on the channel. Can I go back to that? I think I can. It might take a while. Nope, I can only go back so far. So is there a way for me to see who viewer activity? Yeah, here we go. Ricardo 20, XR Control 20, Rajan Prakash 10, and iHeart 3D Printing 26. Thank you so much. Without you guys, I could not do this. That's okay. Yeah, I gave you the link right there, convertio.co. I'm looking for something free and simple, something like OpenView, a real simple little program, just dropping your JPEG, outputs an SVG. I haven't looked very hard. There's probably some out there. I just haven't looked very hard. So I'll have to look harder. The Convertio has been working. But that's it. I will see you guys later. You have a great night. And remember, mean people taste good. Politicians taste even better.